numbers, either 9 feet, 12 feet, 16 feet, absolute worst case scenario. And it's tough to visualize that, put that into perspective. And I tweeted this out, I retweeted this just a few minutes ago. You can follow me on Twitter, to check this out. There's a great image that was made of Cape Coral, Fort Myers, that area, and what it would look like if the storm surge numbers that we're seeing actually played out over the course of the next couple of hours. And essentially you have areas like Captiva, Sanibel, Cape Coral, Pine Island Center, underwater. Beautiful areas. Yeah, Bonita Springs. It'd be terrible to see that. Yeah. Right, underwater. So it's an illustration that kind of puts into perspective what we're talking about with these storm surge numbers. So it's not just numbers that we're tossing around, but you can actually get a sense as to how this water is likely going to rush through that region because of the size and intensity of the storm. And again, we were not talking about storm surge numbers that high 24 hours ago, but what has changed within the last just couple of hours, the intensity of this storm. It went from overnight around 2 a.m. Category 3, 120 miles per hour, to now a strong Category 4, bordering on a Category 5, 155 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. So that gives you a sense how much this storm has strengthened. And there's nothing stopping it from continuing on like that before it hits the coast of Florida. It's in those warm waters right off the southwest coast of the state, and until it hits land and starts to move inland, this is not a storm that's likely going to weaken much, if at all. We've got a lot more still to come. We'll be back with more of our Operation Storm Up coverage for Tampa Bay, Sarasota, and Fort Myers in a moment. Brian Berman here. Let me tell you why it's so nice to have International Diamond Center right here in the Tampa Bay area. They're able to do what no other jeweler can do. You pick it every single day. Nobody else has the selection IDC has. Thousands of engagement rings, a massive diamond inventory, case strongest part of this storm, it is going to make its way between, again, that Sarasota to Fort Myers area. So that's where you're going to see the most severe weather. For the Tampa Bay area, we're likely not going to see some of the more severe storms. That portion of the eye wall is not likely going to hit our region until this evening. So we're looking more at 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight when we'll start to see the effects of Hurricane Ian on a more severe scale. And then obviously as the storm makes its way inland, it's going to weaken, but it's coming from a position of great strength as almost a Category 5 storm, and it might end up being a Category 5 before all is said and done. So even as it weakens, as it moves inland, you're still talking about a significant hurricane, at the very least a Category 1 sitting directly over Polk County. And that will be in the early Thursday morning hours when it reaches that general area. So a large portion of the state of Florida going to be impacted, and because of the strength of this storm, some pretty catastrophic damage likely left in its wake.
The sun is rising obviously on the Sunshine State, but you hardly know it. Most of the state completely covered by clouds because of the hurricane, and it is a grim-looking day here on this Wednesday. I mean, there's rain falling throughout the state. There's hurricane or potential for tornadoes already because of the bands of the storm moving across the state. And you're talking about the strength, Ryan, of these storms. Only 2 Category 5 storms struck the United States in the last 30 years, and both of them hit Florida. You had Hurricane Andrew, and you had Hurricane Michael, obviously in the Panhandle a couple of years ago. You certainly don't want to see that, but at the same time, 155 miles per hour is absolutely, and the potential is there because there's really nothing to stop the storm from continuing to gain strength.
We knew there was going to be some strengthening. The storm weakened just a little bit when it passed over Cuba. We knew there was going to be strengthening between that point and when it would eventually make landfall along the western coast of Florida. But the path of the storm is going to determine how strong it would be when it reached land here in Florida. And unfortunately, this path really keeps it south of those atmospheric conditions that would have broken it up and would have weakened the storm before it made its way into the state of Florida. So this is a really bad scenario in a lot of different ways. It looks like there are some significant storms from the northern part of the eye wall that are making their way through the Venice area right now. Sarasota, Bradenton, seeing some strong storms, and then you've got those outer bands with the potential for tornadoes as well that we're watching. So a lot to get to. We've got more continuous coverage. We're not going anywhere as Hurricane Ian approaches the coastline and makes its way through the state of Florida. We'll be with you every...
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. In anticipation of the approaching storm's impact on our service territory, we have activated our emergency response plan. FPL is maintaining a 24-hour watch on the storm's path in order to move workers and equipment to areas most likely to be affected. We are positioning resources for rapid restoration and strongly encourage you to take the necessary steps to prepare for possible extended power outages. Make sure you have the supplies needed on hand and keep a close watch on the weather. For more, go to FP2MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375. Please stay safe.
During tough times, it's easy to lose sight of the importance of saving for the future. The National Foundation for Credit Counseling wants you to know there are ways to set aside dollars each month. Speak with a certified credit counselor who can help get you started. Call the NFCC at 800-388-2227 or visit debtadvice.org, a public service from the NFCC.
We're News Radio 1580 AM WCCF Punta Gorda and FM 100.9 W265 EA Punta Gorda.
still see those huge gusts of wind.
Yeah, Gail Levy, we appreciate you joining us by the phone. I'm so glad you're safe, because before she was cruising around, it wasn't safe to do that anymore, so she came inside and joined us by the phone, so we appreciate it. And the wind there, still for every now and then, but then those big gusts will come through, making it very unsafe.
We'd like to get over to Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt now. He's getting that 9 o'clock advisory. Matt, we had a viewer just email MJ saying, would you recommend, is he still have time to remove his lanai screens from the pool to try to prevent them totally being destroyed? What are your thoughts on that?
Repeat that for me one more time?
Wondering if he still has time to go out to the pool cage and remove the screens. That way they're not destroyed to create that airflow here.
This is a last case resort here. What you want to do with the pool cage, if you're going to lose the cage, you're going to lose your cage. But what I recommend in this case is during Irma, we had people that were cutting their screens, and then turns out they didn't have significant damage to the cage except for them cutting their screen. So what I would recommend, if you have enough time, and literally the window of time is quickly wrapping up, and I would even say doing it now is pushing it, but I'm going to discourage it. But if you do, I would take off the doors, and that would try to reduce the pressure in the cage. So my recommendation would be to take out the doors, don't cut the screens, but even that, the time for the preparation is done. We need to be hunkering down. We need to be staying inside. Here is the 9 o'clock update. We will be getting these every single hour. The max winds are at 155 miles an hour. It is almost a Category 5. The pressure at 937 millibars as it is pushing to the north-northeast at 10 miles an hour. I just got an update. The storm surge levels have increased in Naples from 2 to 3 feet. And that trend will continue from 3 to 4. And every single update that I get, I will let you know that that has increased now to 3 feet in Naples. If you're just waking up and just joining us, and I hope you're able to get some sleep overnight, this is the brand new forecast for storm surge according to the National Hurricane Center. They have Lee County south, so primarily the Lee and Collier County line south, and mainly Collier, about 7 to 11 feet of a storm surge potential. Then in the areas in pink and purple, Lee County, Charlotte County, a water level rise maxing out at 12 to 16 feet. Literally life-threatening. If you are watching me or listening to me in South Cape Coral, this storm is approaching, and this is the type of surge that is going to go up the Caloosahatchee. I cannot stress enough how serious this situation is. It does not get any more serious than this. This is a worst case. It's no longer 12 to 16. It is 12 to 18 feet. We will be modifying that forecast. Then from to Everglades City, previously 7 to 11, now 8 to 12. So that is the new, brand new, just came in from the Hurricane Center, 12 to 18 for the area, the pink and purple. And then for Collier County, so that's for Lee and Charlotte, and then for Collier County, your new storm surge forecast is going to be 8 to 12 feet. So now let's go back over to Wind Glide Doppler 3X in our radar network, and I want to show you some of the winds that are right now being analyzed just offshore and within the eye wall. We're going to switch back over to the radar, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using various radars that can see this storm, and there it is. So I know the colors, it's kind of a little trippy looking, I agree, but let's sample where I do believe some of the strongest winds right now are, and it is actually this corridor right here. That corridor, the worst part of the storm, that is going to be heading to the northeast, and let's sample some of the winds that are right now being picked up on radar. Upwards of 150 to 155 miles an hour. That is right now offshore of Sanibel and Captiva. Let's do a distance. About 50 miles off the coast, that type of wind. So let's switch now back over to radar, as well as the track. And I think this is very important. I want to take this opportunity. I'm going to draw some lines to show you where the eye wall is going to be going with that type of wind potential. So let's take the northern periphery of the eye wall, and then we'll extrapolate it out.
and then we'll do the same thing on the southern side. And this is essentially the corridor of greatest wind. So this corridor, from essentially a line from Fort Myers Beach, easterly Charlotte County, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Northport, Inlet, Rotunda, Englewood, this is going to be tornado-like winds. Obviously the difference between a tornado is that, unlike for a few seconds, this is going to last for a couple hours of strong, damaging wind. As it will be making landfall anywhere within this corridor, I would say the greatest likelihood would be Boca Grande for a landfall. Could go as far south as Sanibel, as far north as Englewood, but the highest concentration, according to the computer models, is around Placida and Boca Grande for a landfall as we hit this afternoon, which also is high tide. So Casey, I know, has been analyzing what we are going to expect as we go into time, and she's going to guide you through it hour by hour for what you can expect for the remainder of today. Casey?
Yeah, thank you, Matt. And that, the current radar image matches up pretty well with this particular computer model. So this is a good indicator of what we're going to be looking at here down the road, as Matt just timed out to you. That eye wall approaching areas like Sanibel, Captiva, that could happen here within the next about couple of hours, or even an hour or so. We could start to see some of those strongest of the hurricane force winds within that eye wall, where it is now nearly a Category 5. Push on shore to Sanibel and Captiva. This is 10 a.m. We start to see that eye wall approaching. This is going to be picking up, winds are picking up already at that point in time, where you're getting into that eye wall to the Cape Hayes Peninsula within about the next hour here, and beginning to push on shore to areas like Cape Coral. This is 11:30. We're starting to see that eye wall push on shore to Sanibel, Nebraska, up through portions of the Pine Islands down. This is portions of western Cape Coral within about an hour and a half, and out through portions of Placida and also Rotunda. Here we go, advancing another hour. We're starting to see this system, at least the center of it, push on shore through those coastal zones, Sanibel, Captiva, Costa. You're going to start to feel those winds actually subside at that point in time as we get into the eye of the system. Meanwhile, we've got some of the strongest of winds at that point in time. This peaks by 12:30, pushing into the Fort Myers area, up through Babcock Ranch, up through Port Charlotte, and up through areas like Englewood, southern Sarasota County, in the Northport area. And you've got it around the eye. Notice you've got another eye wall that's just following close behind that. And then we've got the eye wall then moving through areas like Fort Myers, down through Fort Myers Beach at that point in time, over portions of I-75, Port Charlotte, and then we continue to see this eye progress inland, where it's going to be around somewhere in about Charlotte County and really northern Sarasota County. This is 3 p.m. with the second part of the eye wall then moving into Captiva, Sanibel, Pine Island, and again, another round here for the Fort Myers area in Lee County with the strongest of the winds out of the system, where those gusts could be over 120, 130, 140 miles per hour. This is 3 o'clock. Here we go through 4 o'clock. We see this progress off to the northeast a bit more, like Desoto County, Arcadia. You'll start to feel that eye wall at that point in time. The strongest of the winds at that point in time. You need to be in your safe location, your room, with tornado-like winds moving through your area. We're getting a second round of the eye wall at that point in time, 4 o'clock, for the Cape Hayes Peninsula, Rotunda, Placida, El Jabin, up through areas like Englewood, Minnesota Key, and also then a second round.
Location a little further west. We got that area and then another hotel area, Port Charlotte.
As what you dealt with in the eye wall, beginning to lighten up for Sanibel, Captiva, and out through Fort Myers, the Port Charlotte area. As it progresses out of DeSoto County, there is about 7 p.m. Here is 8:30, and then begins to move away from us as we head into the overnight time frame, but we're going to continue to still deal with this onshore flow, which is still going to be bringing us the potential for storm surge through the overnight time frame, and it's going to prevent that tide from going back out. But we will start to see likely some of the rain lighten up as we head into late tonight and tomorrow. Still though on the backside of the system, we're going to be looking at some gusty winds through tomorrow and still be dealing with some ongoing storm surge even into your Thursday.
All right, Casey, thank you. We'd like to get out live to one of our reporters on Fort Myers Beach. I believe Michael Hudak joining us now. And Michael, where exactly are you and how are the conditions there?
We have a Steel Boulevard and Gulf Drive. Listen, Southwest Florida is paradise, but we are looking at and living in the trade-off. This is some of the price that we pay. You can see that street light is dangling for dear life. We kind of witnessed it collapse a little bit. We were driving towards Fort Myers Beach from our hotel on Vanderbilt Beach, and we saw that thing kind of collapse. So pull over. Let's show everybody this. You can see some of the flooding in some of those rear parking lots over there. The wind gusts are strong. The rain is coming down sideways. This is a situation where if you don't have to be outside, don't be outside. But, we're going to seek shelter as soon as we're done with this live shot. But, I had to show this to you guys. You can see it dangling for life right here. And we're not even, witnessing the worst part of this storm yet. So this is a situation we are actively monitoring. The good news is a lot of people are adhering to staying indoors. We haven't really seen a lot of cars, etc. We're going to get back in the car and go to safer ground for right now. Reporting on Acero Boulevard, Michael Hudak, Quick News.
All right, Michael, thank you. And you can hear the power of that wind of the microphone. You can really hear it through that live shot. So again, Michael, thank you. We're going to go now to Claire Belt, who is right, she's not on Sanibel, but she's at a hotel right below Sanibel Causeway. She's overlooking Sanibel Island. Claire, first of all, how are you? You've been with us for hours now, and what is it like where you are?
I'm doing well, I'm staying in place, I'm getting ready, but first of all, I think you need to listen to this. This is very important. So the city of Sanibel just sent us some new information, and first of all, they're telling us, and Matt's telling us, the worst of Ian, the worst of this storm is supposed to hit Sanibel at 10 a.m. Now, the city sent me this message. I have it here on my phone. I'm going to read you some points that I think you really need to take note of. Number one, at this time, everyone must shelter in place. That means the time has passed to make any more preparations. You have to stay where you are, and you have to stay put. It's incredibly important. Number two, Precautionary boil water advisory is in effect today. You need to follow that. Now, if you've been watching our newscast, you've heard me talk about the wind. You've heard me talk about the rain. Now, right now, this wind is the worst we've seen it since we've been here today. Now, we've been here since midnight. Haven't seen it like this yet. I'm going to show you. Jack, let's go over here and show him. I want you to start with the water. I want you guys to look at the water. If we zoom in, you can see how much the wind is really affecting that water. I hope it comes across on camera, but you can see that it's actually a different color than it was earlier this morning. Waves are crashing. It's a little scary looking out there in the water. Now the trees, they've been blowing all day, but now we're really starting to see them, go from this to this. We've been seeing it all morning, but it's really picking up. And then when we talk about the wind, I know I told you about the doors, how they've been slamming. This is actually the rain and the cooling wind hit us sitting inside there. And it's not just the store, it's all over the hotel. So right now we're gonna stand by, we're gonna wait it out, we're gonna keep you guys updated, and we're just gonna wait for the worst of it, which is about to happen. And let you know what happens. We'll be here right there with you. Understand about it.
And that is the right move, to stay where it's safe. But I'm listening to so there's three going from this to this. Should we show upright, vertical, to then parallel on the ground, laying down on the ground. Very important.
Yeah, and what's even more powerful to see, really, this storm is not that far. That's not that far. We're so smart. We're taking a look behind us. Winks.3x. And that line is staying very low behind. Causing quite scary people who are looking down right now. So let's go to Taylor Keeper.
Probably on the morning,
So people are sitting in the newsroom, and unfortunately, we are seeing additional flooding in the road.
Yeah, absolutely, Corey and Lindsay. This one I just got from Everglades City, and if you
where the yards and the road starts here from all of the water and rain on the road. You're going to continue to keep getting pictures like this. I have a couple of pictures showing some trees snapped in half. So here's one from Marco Island. You see that trunk snapped right in half. I have another big one in the Marbella Lakes in North Naples. Take a look at this one. A large that tree snapped right in half. Getting a lot of videos right now from the Bonita Springs area, as that's where
Checking
it
out
looks
more stuff along
like
the
this
way,
kind of
structure-wise, because
right
it'll be somewhere
now.
between here
A few people tell me they do
Port
stuff
Charlotte, I
I
think,
know my aunt and uncle have
comes
a
in.
place down in Bonita Springs. I had to go in and bring their patio furniture in for them a couple days ago. They'll be happy to report that the power is still on there. Things are looking good. I've also been told a lot of people are moving out of Pine Island. Anyone who may have stayed overnight, I'm told there was a large caravan of people out of there early this morning as we got new reports of Hurricane Ian strengthening and heading towards Southwest Florida.
And then you went and talked about Bonita Springs. One of the things we saw and we see with these storm surge maps, the Imperial River and all the folks around that. So you got to be very careful down there because it goes pretty inland where you see that flooding and the surge from all of that. I believe we have other video coming in here in Estero. If we can pull up this video. This is near the Fountain Lake community. See some rain. Several cars packed in the parking lot there. Looks like the wind blowing. Conditions overall, though, not horrible, especially on Estero.
And let's move up from Estero down towards McGregor. And this is from a home off McGregor. And here you can see some of the winds really picking up there, the rain. In both these videos, at least when this was recorded, the conditions were horrible. But again, some of this, stuff can just stop momentarily. Be pleasant outside. And the wind really picks up, and that's when it turns dangerous. And that's when those loose items around the yard we start to pick up, that can become a projectile in these high winds. So just be very careful and don't go outside.
And we also had somebody email in saying, can I go and remove my screens? Those last minute preparations, they're done. You should not be going outside anymore. Instead, you need to be in your home. Hopefully the shutters are up and you are in an interior room in that home and sheltering in place. And you're either watching the TV and you're seeing the images or we're describing it to you. Let's get over to traffic anchor Belinda Post with a look at a bridge over there. Where is that, Belinda?
Right. So, Lindsay, this is really important to note because it is over the Tampa Bay between St. Pete and Tampa. It is the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. And we, just from highway troopers, we learned that this has been closed, again, because they do not want you out there. Once it gets past 40 miles per hour, it is not safe. If we do have a chance to pull up F.2, I just wanted to show you too, locally what we are dealing with. Again, look at all that debris that is just across. This is the Edison Bridge. This is what connects North Fort Myers and Fort Myers. Such a heavily traveled area. You see all those palms just flying with those high-speed winds, and yet there's still somebody crossing it. Again, and it looks like somebody's even blocking the bridge right now. Guys, just stay off the bridges, especially once you get to those 35-mile-an-hour winds. That's when you can really feel your car moving. 40-mile-per-hour winds. They recommend you totally stay off the bridges.
Seeing over that bridge,
like every day.
Walking over that bridge, just in a normal day, the wind can already be, quite significant and pretty tilted. That would be just super dangerous.
I hope that car that we saw was going somewhere quickly and safely and going to be sheltering. People out right now.
And let's take another live look at your downtown Fort Myers at Tower Cam. And this is very telling, right? Because earlier this morning, we saw the heavy rain. It was coming down. Now we're seeing the wind. And you see how powerful this wind is. And this is along Palm Beach Boulevard. You can see palm trees swaying in that wind. The camera violently shaking it back. Sometimes it just goes offline because that wind is so powerful.
And the meteorologist Matt Davis telling me, let's punch up the weather too right now and see what we can see here. Look, this is in Matlacha, and as Matt just mentioned, you're getting that negative storm surge where the water is going out, getting sucked up, as he says, and then eventually it's going to come back in. And unfortunately, Matt, those latest updates of the storm surge that you read live on air Not something that we look forward to hearing, but we need to be relaying those because those are very important information. And what was it for Matt Lachey? Matt, what was that prediction for storms?
Matt Lachey, unfortunately, 12 to 18 feet, according to the current landfall location. And for reference here, you can actually see the previous line where the water level was. It was between the kayaks and the palm tree, and then look at where the line is now. And that is the water getting sucked out from the wind. And it's going to be going back in full force once this eventually makes landfall.
All right, Matt, thank you for that. I believe we have FEMA on the line, right?
Robert Simon with FEMA. Robert, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. We know you guys have a lot going on. If we can just talk about, your operation, you guys really come to place specifically after the storm. What are you prepared to do after this storm blows through our area when it comes to just helping people who have a lot of damage or they need somewhere to turn?
Well, yeah, thank you so much for having me and for everything that you all are doing to keep people safe. So I'm here at the Region 4 Operations Center in Atlanta, where we've got over 100 people working with our staff down there in the field to coordinate with the state and local governments to get resources where they need to go. We've got personnel, equipment, supplies, urban search and rescue teams down there ready for immediate response, and they're working really closely with the local officials to keep people safe.
And Robert, we do need to make it through this first, but these preliminary images we are seeing, there's going to be damage, there's going to be a lot, and then after that is when we see so many people who are not officials come in and try to take advantage of a situation. Is there anything, as people are listening right now, you want them to think about? Because, of course, the knee-jerk reaction is to get back home and start to get things fixed, but again, you got to be careful with who you're going and working with.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say first and foremost, people need to be listening to the direction from their local officials in terms of, number one, is it safe to go out? Is it safe to return to your home? And make sure that you're taking precautions to keep yourself safe before you actually go back in.
And Robert, is there any a particular phone number or maybe website that someone needs to, write down or type down on their phone right now that maybe that's how they get into contact with FEMA after this storm?
Yeah, what I would say first is you can certainly monitor our website at FEMA.gov. We also have a FEMA app that's available for download from your preferred app store of choice. FloridaDisaster.org is also a great resource for people to go to receive information. And then lastly, I'd like to say, check those local county emergency management websites for more direct information what to do locally.
Is there anything specific, because we'll see you stage before, or a specific location in our area you guys have already staged or you plan on coming to right after, and what are you planning on running down?
Yeah, actually, prior to the storm, we were working with our partners at the Florida Division of Emergency Management and also the counties in Florida to pre-stage food, water, cops, blankets, tarps, power restoration. Those sites will be announced, as we get through the other side of the storm in terms of specifics. But again, those county emergency management websites will have the most up-to-date and accurate information on that.
Yeah, and that's important because you're able to mobilize. I remember, I believe it was after Charlie, Lois told me, one of our anchors who's been here a long time, told me, there was like canteens of water that were brought into the streets to help us. When you say bringing different things like food and water, is that how it works? You will deploy to neighborhoods to try to make it a little bit easier for folks to get that assistance immediately or as soon as it's safe as possible?
Yeah, I would say there's a few ways that we go about that. First of all, we provide the resources to the state, which then provides the resources to the county. They'll set up local sites, generally speaking. They'll also set up ways for people to call if they've got functional needs, they can't get out to actually go get the stuff. So we have a great partnership also with our voluntary agencies that are working there, active in the disasters, who help us with that as well.
And Robert, lastly, when we see these types of disasters, people, get very nervous, they get very stressed, and they get very anxious to go back to their home, or they're in need of some type of supplies. Sometimes, anger gets the best of people. So what is your message to those people who may think after the storm that no one's helping, or they're not seeing the response fast enough? What do you tell someone?
Well, first of all, I would like to say one of our core values at FEMA is compassion, and you'll see that from every FEMA employee that comes out there. Everybody's doing the best they can with the resources they have, and what I would say is, wait until you're told it's safe to return. Once you do return, follow the steps of documenting what your damages are, contacting your insurance company, and stay tuned, with those local officials in terms of how to apply for any kind of assistance that may become available post-storm.
Document. Very good advice. Thank you. That was Robert Simon joining us on the phone, the FEMA Regional 4 Deputy. We appreciate your time.
I believe let's get over to Taylor Petrus now, who has some new images, satellite images of Hurricane Ian. And boy, I tell you, Taylor, these are some pretty impressive images taken from space.
I mean, we see Wig Doppler 3X behind us, and that looks impressive. But to be able to see it all the way from space really puts into perspective just how big this storm is, and as it makes its way to Florida. This was obviously from several hours ago when it was way down here, and we are tracking it closer. But again, this just gives you the overall feeling of how big this storm is, how far it's going to reach, how many impacts it's going to have across the entire state of Florida, not just here in Southwest Florida. The power outages right now, there are more power outages over on the East Coast right now because they kind of got that early tornadoes that we see with this storm. So they were dealing with that late last night, still dealing with the after effects of those power outages. So again, pretty incredible images to see Hurricane Ian all the way.
I think we'll have to get southeast of it.
All right, Taylor, thank you. I think we have some new video coming in that we'd like to show you just to kind of help give some perspective as far as what's going on. So this is some damage in Lee and Charlotte County. Our producers in the back, do we have any specifics as to where these videos are taken?
Looks like Lee County is on the far left here. Charlotte County is in the middle, and then Collier County on the far right. It's really gives you a span of what people are dealing with in their neighborhoods. And so far, again, these are just the damage causing some of these trees to snap in half, cars to be damaged, pool cages.
Turn over now to Weather Authority meteorologist Casey Sherman, getting in more images of what folks are seeing out there.
Yeah, and we are beginning to see now that storm surge as anticipated. This is down in Marco Island. Those winds begin to push in from the south. It's pushing that storm surge in, that water into portions down Marco Island. This was sent in by viewer Dennis. You can see this now overtopping those docks, now coming onto the sidewalks, where we will continue to see those water levels rise here as we head to the next 2 hours. We actually have seen a storm surge forecast increase for Marco Island. This is since earlier this morning where this entire area was essentially in that orange. We are now seeing this in the red shading, which indicates storm surge potential of over 9 feet. So that is including that center of Marco Island, at least portions of it for those areas that are closest to the canal. You just saw a picture there of some of those docks. Tiger Tail Beach and down through certainly those coastal areas, we've got these pockets featuring that potential 9-foot storm surge. In orange, that is 6 to 9-foot storm surge. As we start to see these winds, there's the direction they're currently in, coming out of the south-southeast, and that's what's literally shoving this water up on shore, which is why we're now beginning to see it here as we take a closer look at Collier County as a whole, heading into about the next couple of hours. Notice where that wind shift begins now. It's out of the south and west. So across areas still like Everglades City, Chokoloskee, and still Marco Island, You're still looking at storm surge at that point in time. We're beginning to see that out through areas like Naples, Vanderbilt Beach, Pelican Bay, with those winds in out of the south and west, and on through about the 2 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hour, 5:30, we see more of a component out of the west that continues to shove still that water up against what's mainly going to be that western coast of Collier County, where we still have some ongoing storm surge then for the southern part of Collier County. And that's just how the storm surge projection here is going to go, and the progression of this as the system continues to live northward with continued onshore flow. Even as we head into tonight, the system continues to live northward. Here's a video, not just our coastal areas flooding, but we also have inland areas flooding. This is from Lehigh Acres, John Trout. That is where near the Able Canal is. We've seen a lot of water in Lehigh Acres lately. Notice on our storm surge map potential, they are too high in elevation and too far away from the coast to experience storm surge, at least saltwater inundation. But they have had a lot of water, and they also have, again, the Able Canal there. In fact, water amounts for the past couple days ranging between about 3 to 4 inches.
So they have this large slope in the front yard when it goes to the swale there, and there you see all that water starting to pool in the swale. And the more rain we get, I can tell you, those swales typically get pretty full. It's a test of how well this water can drain.
Let's go try that place that was open.
Pre the major event.
And I would like to switch over to a live picture of the Sanibel Causeway, because we got this camera back. We lost it a little bit earlier. This, right now, what you are looking at is the Sanibel Causeway. If you are sheltering in place, because that eye wall, as Casey just mentioned, is approaching Captiva and clean waters in the next 30 minutes. What we are looking at is not something we are used to the Gulf seeing. It is white caps. The camera is shaking because of the wind. Palm trees are blowing, but the most telling is that water. And we heard one of our reporters, Claire, who was on the mainland, she's looking towards, she's at a hotel on Fort Myers looking towards the island, and she said, one, the white caps and the movement in the water, but also the color. We're used to that blue, pristine color, and right now it is very dark, being stirred up and moved all around.
Yeah, and what's so frightening about this is, this is why evacuation orders have been placed, right? Nobody on the roadways, and you see a car going across the causeway. Again, that is dangerous right now because the winds are so high. Let's go to Taylor Petras. Taylor, you're getting even more photos and some damage across the area.
Yeah, Corey Sadie from 96.9 Wink FM in the morning just sent me these pictures from the Whiskey Creek area in Lee County. You can see here another large tree limb snap right off. So that's showing we are seeing some strong winds make their way through southwest Florida. But she has a tree snap. She also sent me this picture showing the road starting to flood. We are seeing this all across parts of southwest Florida, as well as that consistent rain continues to come down. We hear it right now over our heads here at the Wink News studio. And I have this video taken not too long ago from the Bonita Springs area. This is specifically from a canal between Gary and Regal Drive. As you can see here, you'll see that wind again whipping those palm trees around. They have to be careful here because they are by a canal. Those water levels could rise. We are starting to see, as we just showed you, them come above the sea level. So again, we're sending these safely. To do it safely, or wherever you're sheltering in place as the storm passes, please feel free to send them in to us. We are getting a ton, and we really do appreciate you. This helps us get a better understanding of what the conditions are looking like outside.
Yeah, and just please do it safely. Let's go to Cape Coral, where we're getting more video, and this was actually a little bit earlier this morning before we got some daylight. And this is at Everest Parkway in Santa Barbara. This video is taken at that time was when the trees were blowing. But again, this was taken a little bit earlier this morning.
Yeah, we have another video of flooding in Cape Coral near Everest Parkway in Santa Barbara. This is doorbell camera. And here you can see just how violently the rain is blowing in the wind. And actually, I live in the Cape, and I've been checking my doorbell camera, and it appears that mailboxes are starting to be blown in many of the streets, and they may even be actually blowing across the street. Mailboxes.
And we're going to get to Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt in just a second. While he's walking over, we want to pull up our live picture from Marco Island. This showing us the conditions, if we can do that in the chat. There you go. That's a live image coming in from Marco Island, and you see the conditions there. A little bit lighter than I would say an hour ago. The skies are very, very dark, but the wind is blowing the palm trees and the white caps again on the Gulf. Looks like I'm getting the thumbs up. So let's get over to Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt, as we are getting new information in about Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, let's first start out with the storm surge and the tide levels, and I just got an update in Naples, and this is going to be, they are right now seeing a 4.5 foot storm surge and rising. Okay, so the blue line is where it would be without a hurricane. The red line is where it is at. You subtract, and right now it's showing about 4.5 feet of a storm surge, but rising. Look at the trend. So storm surge right now of 4.5 feet, currently being observed in Naples. However, in Fort Myers, a different story at the moment. The wind is driving out the tide in the water, and the water levels are right now, so the blue is where it would normally be, and the red is where it currently is. Okay, so the normal is about 0.8 feet. The water level right now is 0.3, so it's about half a foot below normal. Now that's going to change quickly as Ian starts to make his approach over the next couple of hours. So here is the storm, and here's going to be the very latest. Let's get you live. Wink Doppler 3X as it continues to rotate. And just throwing this out here, the system continues to show some intensifying, gathering some strength, and it is not impossible if this does become a Category 5. We think that it does not. But at this point, it's almost irrelevant if it's 5 miles an hour at a 5 or 155 Category 4. This is going to bring a significant and crippling effect to southwest Florida. This is one of the strongest storms that we have literally ever seen. Retired Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell literally even noted that this is a storm that in his 40 years here in the state of Florida and Southwest Florida, he's never seen something of this caliber approaching our area. And he's right. The winds will be gusting upwards of 100 miles an hour. We will see a storm surge of at least 10 feet in spots. The official forecast is for 12 to 18 inches. And this is right now the worst part of the storm. It is closely approaching Sanibel. So I'm going to stop the loop and we will measure how far away the eye wall is. So right now in reference to Sanibel, it's approaching now. It's about 12 miles away. It's pushing north and northeast at about 9 to 10 miles an hour. The time now is about 9:42. We will start to see this within the hour. It's going to start to move in. And this is where it's serious business. This is when the strongest part of the storm is going to start to filter in. First Sanibel, then Captiva, then Pine Island, and then eventually Cape Coral. This is where the winds will be gusting over 100 miles an hour, and it's going to go from 0 to 60 real fast. So I just want you to be mentally prepared for it. And with that strong wind, it will be forcing up the tides very quickly. So if you have ignored the mandatory evacuations for Sanibel and Captiva, and you're still on the island, this is going to be life-threatening. I cannot stress that enough. This is going to be the worst part of the storm, and it is approaching within the hour. Okay? For those who have either evacuated or you live inland, take a deep breath. It's still going to be a long, drawn-out storm for the remainder of today. And what we have seen, these are just kind of the warm-up rounds. The main round is going to be this afternoon. There it is on radar, the eye and the eye wall. So you're in good shape here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you when it's approaching. And when that occurs, we're going to have you hunker down and basically pretend like we're going to be dealing with a tornado on the ground for about 1 to 3 hours. Okay, so that's what we're going to be doing. Let's do a storm cone. So what I'll do now is project as we go into time when that eye wall is going to be impacting the area. Okay, so the forward progress is at about 9 miles an hour. Okay, so you can see me drawing it. And I'm going to slide it northeast. And that's going to put it at Sanibel, about 10:48. So right now, 9:44. So about an hour. Cape Coral. And very likely they are timing this for Southwest Cape. So I would say within the window of noon to 1 o'clock, we'll start to see the progression of the eye wall. The winds will pick up significantly. Page Field, 12:30 to 1 o'clock. Fort Myers, about 1 to 1:15. And Port Charlotte at 2:04. That is the expectation of the strongest part of the storm. Now, it's been well documented that the structure of a hurricane, you get the worst part of the storm, then you get a break. The satellite imagery has actually shown that there are peaks of sun right now in the eye. Don't be surprised to see some slivers of sunlight popping through as the eye pushes on shore. That would be for those that are directly impacted by the eye. It'll be quiet. You also may see a significant amount of birds. The birds, as they're flying across the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico, they actually get trapped in the eye. They can't escape it. And don't be surprised to see some birds flying around. And then once that passes by, you're going to get hit again. And there's the secondary eye wall. And I'm going to switch over now to our velocity signature, basically detecting wind. And let's take a look here. I'm going to throw on multiple radars. Let's take a look at Tampa. And within the eye wall, all these various colors, the brighter that it gets, that's the more intense that the wind is. So the pink, and especially the white, that's pretty serious business. And I would like to sample some of the wind speeds that are right now being indicated on the western side of the eye wall. The current forecast from the National Hurricane Center is upper end, category 4. Charlie was 150 at landfall. This is a 155. The winds right now being picked up on radar on the western side of the eye wall, about 150 to 155, if not 156 miles an hour. A Category 5 wind speeds begin at 157 and above. That is the intensity of the storm. We also are seeing some significant wind not only on the western side of the eye, but also on the eastern side too. And let's take a look. We're also seeing some pretty significant wind speeds on the northern side. And I'll tell you what, those are probably some false echoes. We're going to take a North Fort Myers cam. I'll tell you what, pop up whatever you guys have in mind, and we'll talk over it. This is the Wink Live Doppler 3X, and then now, here we go. Here's a look at some of the wind gusts that have been about 50 to 70 miles an hour that have been working their way across Collier as well as Lee counties. And you see those people driving on the roads? That's what you should not be doing. Strongly discourage. That is not a smart idea, because what's happening is on the bridges, and the higher that you go up, the wind speeds are increasing. So at the apex of the bridge, the winds are going to be increasing even more than the surface. If you are listening to me right now, radio, TV, what you're doing, that is not smart. We have literally a 4, almost 5, 13 Now is the time to hunker down. You can see the pontoons, the debris that is already kind of littered across the Edison Bridge and 41. But my goodness, this is what, 10 seconds? Look at people on the road. Hey, I tell you what, if you know someone that's driving at this minute, please tell them to either turn around, seek shelter. I can't believe we're seeing this many people on the road. You can literally see, look at the light pole. You get a big gust of wind, that's going to fall on the road. That could literally hit that car right there. And then another thing that, I'll just be quite frank with you, this is live TV, this is stupid. What they are doing right now is not advised. Here. There it is. Okay, and then we are going to show the general location in which this is going to be heading if you're just tuning in and just joining us. So let's show that generally to the northeast. Okay, and this is where I expect the worst part of the storm to go. Okay, so prepare for maximum impact, greatest wind gusts over 100 miles an hour essentially. As we take the eye wall, we push it northeast. Englewood, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, North Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Sanibel, Captiva, and then really, I would say Bonita Beach and north, prepare for the possibility of winds hurricane force and reaching to the caliber of tornado-like winds. These are some of the preliminary wind gusts that we have gotten in. This will be changing, no doubt. Pelican Bay, 71 miles an hour. Isla Capri, 67. Naples, 62. Marco Island, 61. Captiva, 60. Cape Coral, 55. Venice, 55. And we will be getting more of these updates as they I just want to take this opportunity for those who are taking this storm seriously. You're inside. You're seeking shelter.
Well, it's about 39 miles to our southwest.
Like this, it's just not worth getting pictures and videos and risking your life. Just take it seriously. You only got one life to live.
I think some more areas out around here, because I think this is going to be a good spot to
two parts of our area.
finish
In the
up
back, where do we go from here? What would you like us to? Where would you like us to go? Okay, so we're going to now punch up as we have more cars on the bridge. As the winds are whipping, you can see the debris that is right now in the road. At least in this vantage point, we don't have any trees that have collapsed or been uprooted, but we will see more scenes like that. Do we have a connection to the Sanibel Causeway? Do we have the Sanibel Causeway camera? I'd be curious to see the status update on that. The water levels were rising, and wow, heavy rain, gusty wind. This is live. Marco Island.
Let's see if there's
Now,
a parking
the
garage
palm
around
trees,
here
the way
anywhere.
that they are structured,
Quite a
they
few
can take strong wind. They can
sturdy
take some strong
hotels.
wind. So you're going to see it whipping left and right, but compared to other trees,
Well, we are
they
right
will
now
be
on
doing
that
just
canal,
fine
too.
in most cases.
I like the way it's coming in, though.
That's
It's
with
not
the
going to
general
push water
hurricane.
up the
Talk about
canal.
Cat 4, Cat 5. I expect several of these to either get uprooted or snap in half. Next one up is Fort Myers Beach. Okay, here's a live look again at the pier. You can see the waves crashing. There have been some waves when it passed by the Keys, upwards of 30 to 40 feet. And this is nothing for what we're seeing locally. I do expect parts of the pier to be inundated as we go into time, as the water levels rise, and as the winds come in the south. And once again, I want to go back to weather 2. You said there are people in the water? Okay, there are people in the water on the right.
Well, they're probably surfing.
How about that? Extremely discouraging to see.
Good waves like that every day.
With the type of rip currents and with the waves, someone's got a death wish. That is extremely, extremely ill-advised. Here's a look at some of the huge waves that have been coming in. This is from, you said Diamond Head? Okay, this is Fort Myers Beach. Waves crashing in, wind increasing, very likely tropical storm force. The hurricane force gusts are still on shore. And we will continue to get to these updates. The power outages, unfortunately, have been increasing in the thousands as the winds have been going up. Tropical storm force, hurricane force, but we are still not at our event. Storm surge levels in Naples right now at about 4.5 feet. In Fort Myers and the Cape, we don't have a surge at the moment. So let me show you those surge levels. We'll punch up weather 2. So weather 2, and here's a look at Naples, and here's where we should be without a hurricane. Here's where we are. And we're now approaching water levels that are about 4.5 feet above the tidal norm. And then the next stop in Fort Myers, we are a little bit below normal. That's that wind driving out the water. So Chris and Lois, I think in a bit we're going to go to you. Again, live TV, we're going to be winging it here, but major hurricane approaching southwest Florida as it is going to bring a significant impact as we hit this afternoon. Greatest impact, greatest surge. The winds will be gusting over 100 miles an hour. I also want to show you how this is in reference to the track from the National Hurricane Center. So here is where the track has been. The red is where it is likely to be heading, and a landfall anywhere between Boca Grande as well as Englewood will be possible. But even Kyle Costa, Sanibel, Captiva also has a shot if it pulls a quick right turn at the last minute. But the fact that this forecast is right in the middle of the eye, meaning it's not deviating to west or to east, means that it's still largely on track to make landfall in that general area. The diameter of the eye, let's take a look and see if it has gotten any smaller. The hurricane hunters, very busy. They are flying in and out of the storm, letting us know the lowest pressure and the greatest wind speeds. Let's take a look at how small that eye is. Okay, I'm going to be measuring,
what?
I guess 31
okay.
miles.
31 miles?
Yeah.
Okay, and Marissa, I got you back in by you, just a little heads up back there. So the diameter from west to east is 31 miles.
I am so good.
To south
Good job.
is 35 miles. So that is the size of the eye, about 30 to 35 miles, and there is going to be the strongest part of the storm. The winds will be gusting upwards of 100 miles an hour. The storm surge forecast, Let's take a look. In the red, Collier County, 8 to 12 feet. In the green, 12 to 18 feet at high tide as we did this afternoon and this evening. That would be one of the highest levels, if not the highest level, in modern times for South Victoria. That is how significant this storm is. So I want to take this opportunity, okay, if you didn't catch this earlier on this morning, I want to take this opportunity and we'll take you city by city for when you will see the greatest high tide at the time of the hurricane. So Englewood, 4 o'clock, Nashville is out about 3:31.
Well, there's something
Charlotte Harbor,
12 that I wanted to go check out.
3:46. Unfortunately, the major hurricane is going to be making landfall at high tide, and I have a feeling that the National Hurricane Center, that is why their forecast is as high as it is. Captiva 238, Sanibel 311, Mount 541, Cape Coral 613, downtown Fort Myers at about 706, and then from Naples 245, Marble Island 321, and Everglades City at 355. I also want to show you specifically, town by town, what the storm surge could look like where you live. So this is going to be a long segment here, but I want to hit every single spot, and that will be the type of potential water level rise that we'll see. I want to make sure everybody knows that there's no surprises here. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go to a news conference, and we are gonna hit this map in a bit. Don't go anywhere. Right now, I'm gonna toss it out to Chris Ellis.
Yeah, we will get to that and everything. We'll be with you here all day. But we want to, first of all, welcome you for just joining us. We are in now the thick of the next 9 to 12 hours, and we will be here with you for all of it.
Able to respond to 911 calls. 911 will remain operating, and those who are experiencing emergency situation are encouraged to call 911 in those situations, though we are unable to respond at this point. In the next several hours, of which we will begin experiencing the most extreme effects of Hurricane Ian, we can expect to see storm surge to life-threatening levels into several of our hurricane evacuation zones in Charlotte County. Damaging winds up to Category 4 at this time, and flooding rainfall. Residents are encouraged to hunker down, remain within their homes in the interior space, away from windows, and await the passage of the storm. Upon the passage of the storm, do not venture out into roadways. There will be dangerous conditions to include standing flooded roadways, debris, down power lines, and numerous other hazards. Await the clearance of hazardous conditions before venturing out. At this time, we're going to have to take any questions.
What was the pressure at the time?
Right now, we haven't seen a spike in emergency calls at this point. There are reports of some down trees, some flooded roadways, standing water. It's still very early in this. We'll see the more extreme impacts later on tonight as Hurricane Ian continues on.
The timeline as to when you expect the worst to be here and when things will sort of let up.
That has remained somewhat dynamic. The timing of the storm, when the worst effects can be expected, have changed several times over the last several advisories. I think we need to assume going forward that conditions are hazardous, and you can expect to find very dangerous situation on the roadways. So you should not be out on the road. You should be in a home, in a structure, away from windows in the interior of that structure. What are you guys seeing right now with the shelters? Shelter numbers are sitting around 900 between our 5 shelters. There's capacity, but at this time it is not safe to travel on those roadways. So going to a shelter at this point is probably not within your best interest, because conditions have deteriorated and are dangerous. We have capacity in those shelters and those individuals are safe, but I don't foresee individuals being able to make it there on the roadways at this time. Just like any storm, our crews stand ready to respond immediately after, to include a first push to ensure that critical arterial roadways can be cleared for emergency vehicles and for maintenance crews. And then they start going to the smaller roadways so they can access neighborhoods and smaller subdivisions.
Can you talk about Zone A and Zone B as the red and the orange zones, ones that have been evacuated? Can you talk just sort of about what are those elevations? Because when, we hear from meteorologists them talking about 12 to 16 foot storm surges, and we know those areas in orange and red are low lying. Can you give us a sense of sort of what the elevations are in some of those areas?
To kind of further explain the elevations of our hurricane evacuation zones, I think you're looking at the max elevation in orange zone, which is a B evacuation zone, is around 17 feet. So that can be a bit confusing. The National Hurricane Center, admittedly, we can confuse people when we tell them heights of storm surge. I think what everyone needs to understand is that the National Hurricane Center and our local weather field office out of Tampa, they interpret the data, they explain the heights of the storm surge so that they correlate to hurricane evacuation zones, and red and orange zone equate to what we're currently forecasting.
Could you give us a sense, maybe, when we talk about these barrier islands, what are some of the elevations in those red zones, maybe?
When you're talking about a barrier island immediately next to the coast, they would see the worst portion of the storm surge. Those elevations don't get much higher than 6 or 7 feet. You're in a storm like this, you're going to see overwash of those barrier islands, which is a life-threatening situation, certainly.
How hard is this for you and your staff, knowing what Charlie did in the area and just kind of expecting what Ian could do?
There's numerous similarities and also dissimilarities between Hurricane Charlie from 2004. That was a Category 4 storm with 140 mile an hour plus winds. We're seeing that here, but this also has a storm surge threat because it's a much larger storm. The wind field is much larger, and it's pushing water into our harbor. There's lessons learned from every storm, but no two hurricanes, no two tropical systems are exactly alike. There's things to be learned from every storm. I think our community does have the benefit of having experienced a catastrophic storm. So we have that memory in place, at least in part. But at the same time, this is going to be completely different. We're talking storm surge, we're talking flooding rain, and the effects of hurricane force winds at Cat 4 level.
What was the expectation in the evacuation orders? Do you think people rode out this storm?
Yeah, I was wondering, do you guys have any rooms available for tonight? You're sold out? Okay. Do you guys have a list in case you get any cancellations? Yeah, okay. Alright, thanks. Do you know if anybody in the area's got anything available, or have you heard? Okay. Alright, thanks. Bye. That's a negative on that. If not, we'll pull it up here. We're waiting for the brunt of it. Just go ahead and call around. Listen to that wind. Those wires. They'll come in and block me in. by Sheridan, maybe closed.
Today, and the eye wall isn't even here yet. So just something to keep in mind. The worst part of the storm is going to be here shortly. So now I want to take this opportunity. We'll go back over the storm surge mapping. And this is the possibility of a water level rise geographically to see which areas flood and then which areas will flood in excess of air. Okay, so here's the legend on the top blue, 1 to 3, yellow, about 3 to 6, orange, 6 to 9, red, 9 to 12.
I think we're going to have to worry about much storm surge here. Pretty old bulldozer rain.
That way you know exactly what to expect.
It's a nice building right there. I like that. It's got a nice awning under there.
And this is going to be
around 2 different sides, maybe 3. Yeah, you can get it all the way around.
The areas where the waterways, you can see it being pushed up and forced up this way. Now we're around Grove City, Rotunda, Cape Hayes, Reseda. This thing can move around where it could make landfall, extending to Captiva and Sanibel. We take it back up. Here's going to be Gusts Road. Southwest Road, unfortunately, with Southwest positioning.
Keep that area marked on the map. We can start building over there.
Islands around Belgium Beach, the Niagara River. Red, 9 feet plus. The orange, 6 to 9. And you can see how far inland that goes, all the way into interior Sarasota County. Crosses over Tamiami Trail. As we take you over to Northport, the elevation is going to be increasing. So with the elevation increase, Northport, especially as you get closer to the interstate, you're in better shape compared to more south. So look at the improvement and how you will not see storm surge issues with this hypothetical mapping all the way towards I-75. So we take you to Murdoch, Fort Charlotte. I'll tell you what, I'll zoom in. You can see some of the reference points. We had a Meadow Park Elementary. Okay. Yep, there it is, Meadow Park Elementary. There's Port Charlotte Beach Park. You have Sunseeker, Charlotte Harbor, right next to the water. As you can imagine, that's going to be the worst possible spot. Maple Leaf. Notice around Maple Leaf, a dividing line. North of it, you start to see an increase in elevation. The storm surge potential goes down Harbor Heights, up Peace River. And the Peace River has already seen flooding from our rainy season storms over the past couple of weeks. They had moderate flooding last week, and that was without even a tropical system. So as that heavy rain is flowing down the river, it's going to be pushed back up and literally has nowhere to go. So that is going to lead to additional flooding in Desoto County. And look at how far north the possibility of this surge in a worst case scenario model, which we have a Cat 4, almost 5 approaching our area. So it's a very real possibility. I can't rule it out. And you can even see it going up all the way towards the southwest of Haiti. Now as we take you back down the river, let's take you into Charlotte County. And for our friends around Shell Creek, Cleveland, Punta Gorda Airport is actually fairly well elevated, and you'll notice how it stops there. A different story, Punta Gorda, Fisherman Village, Charlotte Park. Take you down Tamiami Trail, look at Creekside, Park Hill Estates, Tropical Gulf Acres. Look at the elevation difference between Charlotte Harbor and Tropical Gulf Acres. You guys are actually in pretty good shape. Different story though, Heritage Landing.
What? Like there's an entrance to it right there too.
Store Marina.
No, is there another parking
West Cape.
It looked like it, yeah. We were going by, so.
This is an area that's low lying. So when that water comes in, there's the possibility for some significant surge. For some more reference points, we have Everest Parkway, Brookstore Road, Mariner High School. There's going to be traffic there. We got Santa Barbara, Diplomat.
Maybe an entrance around the side.
Road, Select Splash. Okay. Pine Island, Lakelia, over towards Pine Island Center. There's Mount Shea. The water at last check is actually being sucked out of Mount Shea. That will be changing this afternoon. Inundation expected, absolutely, for Captiva, Sanibel, St. James City, Iona, red, Cypress Lake, red, right along the river, right along the Caloosahatchee. McGregor will see inundation. To what degree, time will tell. And then let me show you some of these reference points. I'll zoom in. There's going to be a Everest Parkway, Santa Barbara, Del Prado, 4 Mile Cove. Let me show you Pine Island Road, orange, yellow. Here's your legend. Legend 3 in blue, yellow 3 to 6, orange 6 to 9. As we increase in elevation, we get higher, the values come lower. That's the case for extreme North Cape, extreme North Fort Myers.
But I can't tell if it's just ground level.
About certainly a pretty significant issue. Downtown Fort Myers, we're watching the surge levels. That is the evacuation zone A. Storm surge
right
is
there's the
not possible, it's expected. As we go up, Caloosahatchee, Orange Harbor, Fort Myers Shores, Remington Oaks, and Buckingham. That is an area that, unfortunately, the elevation is not as high as some of the surrounding areas, and especially towards Lehigh. Speaking of Lehigh Acres, in most areas, you will be fine for Lehigh Acres. All right, so for our viewers in Lehigh, notice how, because you are nicely elevated, you will not see, hopefully, the storm surge. That is also the same case for Babcock Ranch. Babcock Ranch, the elevation is about 25 to 30 feet. The current forecast is for 12 to 18, so you have plenty of wiggle room with the current outlook. Let's take you down. You can see the differences and the divide line basically around I-75. Gateway, you're in good shape. However, as you go west, Page Field, here's going to be Colonial. You have Tamiami Trail, as well as Fowler, Veronica Shoemaker, inundation possible. Here's going to be, let me zoom on in, you'll start to see some communities pop up. Here is 6 Mile, Daniels, that's going to be Bell Tower, Villas, Hammond Stadium. You have now Fiddlesticks popping up. Alico Road, it's going to be Alico Road, all the way towards the Gulf Coast Town Center. And Miramar Lakes, FGCU. You can really see the difference in just a couple miles, how it goes from flat, right along the water, to a gradual elevation change. That's why for FGCU, I think that's a bit on the aggressive side, but at this point, I'm not going to rule out anything. I'd rather us over-prepare than under-prepare. Here's the situation around Hertz Arena, the Miramar outlets, the Cerro as a whole, down towards the Coconut Point Mall. Okay, we have some brand new communities as you go east on Corkscrew Road. The place at Corkscrew, you guys should be fine. I'm not seeing any significant issues there. Even for Wild Blue, we got some specks of blue, but that is not life-threatening storm surge in the worst-case scenario. All right, let's take it down to, next up is going to be Bonita Springs, and right along Bonita Beach Road. Okay, this is all the way. Now notice how, unlike Parks North, it does have the opportunity to go both west and east of the interstate. And what I am concerned about is also the Imperial River. Heavy rainfall coming down, the storm surge is essentially going to say, stop, and it will prevent it from flowing into the Gulf. And that water's got to go somewhere, so I am concerned about the Imperial River and some pretty significant flooding as a result. And the storm surge model projects that you can literally see the buildup of the surge near the Imperial River. As we go down, let's highlight Bonita National and Village Walk, Worthington. You guys are in a lot better shape than, let's say, west of the interstate. Let's continue to go down. Wiggins Pass, Vanderbilt Beach, Pelican Marsh. All right, now we're at Immokalee Road. There's your Immokalee Road divider. Keep going down, Pelican Bay. I will tell you, this is actually one of the best and elevated spots, considering it's only a few miles on the coastline, in all of Southwest Florida. Look at this. This is right near Pine Ridge. Notice how you literally actually don't have an issue with surge according to the prediction because of how high you are elevated. Unfortunately for Bridgewater Bay, Kensington, Seagate Elementary, Bears Paw, as we take you south towards the Naples Airport, Poston Center Mall, Naples Zoo, all areas in red. We have Botanical Garden, absolutely in red. Glen Eagle, East Naples, Riviera Colony. Classics, now we're starting to get into Lely. Belmead, Fiddler's Creek, Shell Island. And the National Hurricane Center did decrease these values. So compared to the map that we showed you a couple hours ago, instead of seeing yellow and orange, they have now filled that in with more red because of the increase in the surge. Right now, the surge level is according to Naples at about 4.5 feet. Once we're done here in a minute, I'm going to go back and I'll get you another update on how the surge levels are doing at the moment. And then as we take you to one of our final stops for Golden Gate Estates, not impossible, but in this case, it wouldn't be life-threatening storm surge. Your values would be at about 1 to 2. Yes, it could cause property damage if the surge is on your area, but it wouldn't be life-threatening, like especially near and west of the interstate.
About this tiki
okay,
roof's going to go flying eventually.
And, let's see if it's on this map. Okay, so that is the storm surge geographical display of what, with our Category 4 approaching, what we could see and what we hope to not see in the hours ahead. Guys, back to you.
Very much, Matt, and the reason we're spending so much time on storm surge is water is such a destructive force. Of course, it doesn't negate the fact that we will have very strong winds as well, and there will be very strong wind damage in our area. The storm surge is something that we haven't seen at this magnitude ever, so we need to pay attention to that. So we're back to where we were talking about. If you're hunkered down, your home is prepared, and you have an option, a vertical option, a second story, remember that's vertical evacuation is a real thing, so you can go to your second story if water becomes an issue. So you're in a good place if that's your situation.
And if you have that option and you have, you're looking for something to occupy your time on this, take some of your extra stuff upstairs. It'll help you mentally, but it'll also help if the water does indeed come up to these forecasts, which, you know, we've been waiting for a break on this with every update and every turn for the last 2 or 3 days. We really haven't gotten one. So this is coming. It's coming just like it looks. And the next 12 hours, we'll know how bad it is in each and every, you know, neighborhood, like Matt was just talking about.
Now, some of this stuff, he's giving you the worst case scenario on the storm surge, and we're still waiting to see exactly where this hurricane makes landfall. Wherever it is south is going to see the most surge because the water is going to push from below the eye south onto the land. It'll be worse. If you're above that eye, it's going to be not an issue. In fact, we're seeing pictures out of Tampa right now where the water has been completely sucked out of some bays and areas because that's how storm surge works.
And we remember that if you were here for Irma, the Caloosahatchee parts of near downtown Fort Myers, for the first time we had seen the bottom of it without any water. Now this is Fort Myers Beach live picture, and if nothing else, folks, you know what the Gulf of Mexico usually looks like, and it doesn't usually look like that, so that's an indicator of just how strong this is.
Right before we punched this up, there were 2 people literally in front of the Pierside Grill restaurant. And they were, the gentleman and his wife were waist deep in the water.
No experience. People want to experience a hurricane. That's not a smart thing to do. No social media video that you want to get to share with your friends is worth your life. We can't emphasize that enough. Our meteorologists have been emphasizing it. The emergency managers now, this is Lee County. Lee County's emergency management has just put out warnings. Take refuge, stay where you are, hunker down, do not go on the roads. It's not safe. If the sheriff's deputies, the ambulances, and the emergency officials aren't safe to be on the road, what would make you think that it's safe for you to go out there? Please.
No, they are. They are. You know, and we always see there's 3 of them, 3 or 4 of them now. And we always see this in every storm, unfortunately. And it is just so dangerous. We saw folks driving over the Edison Bridge. Yep, we see them in the water right there. We're kind of keeping an eye on them. Hopefully they come out just as easily as they went in and as safely. But that is just about it.
And the other thing, guys, is that once that eye wall approaches, those waves are going to go up fast and quickly.
Yeah, we're seeing that. We're seeing the 3 people in the water there, right between the building and the pier. This is just, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing we want to report for you is people dying because they made a full attack during a hurricane. Please.
And the extension of this, most people watching, I'm sure, are not going to go to the beach today, but driving. Don't need to be out on the roads, and especially on bridges, because Matt, you were explaining a little while ago, as bad as the winds are at the surface, when you get up even a little bit elevated, we don't have high bridges here, but you still go up enough that you're going to have even more wind up there.
You know, you did bring up a good topic here about the economy. I would say every 10 stories, you add a category. Now, we're already at upper end 4, so think of the type of wind that is going to be passing by. So for some of the condos, whether it be around, you know, Vanderbilt Beach, or whether it be downtown Fort Myers, or even, you know, basically coastal Collier County, coastal Lee, you go up 10 stories, you basically add a category.
Okay, but we are still telling people if surge, if vertical evacuation and surge in flooding is an option, but you're warning people that second story is bad in terms of the wind.
Yeah, so this is a multifaceted system where we have life-threatening storm surge, and we also have literally tornado-like wind, life-threatening wind too. So that is why we had really stressed that you got to get away from the water, but also you need to now in the future protect yourself from the wind with flying projectiles potentially going through the air at over 140 miles an hour.
Look at this, Naples Pier. Look at all those people.
And look at the surf. When do you see that?
Yeah, again, that's the Gulf of Mexico. We're not looking at Southern California and the Pacific Ocean. This is the Gulf of Mexico and Naples Pier. So that is just not any place that anybody should be right now, much less a group of people that large.
I know that we have seen from the Naples Pier, from the Fort Myers Beach Pier in past storms, not as large as this, not as strong as this, people being slammed into those concrete pilings, being seriously injured. This is not, we know we sound like your mother right now, but everybody loves their mother, right? So let's just do the smart thing here. If you know someone who's out on that pier right now, please call them and tell them to come in.
Yeah, or thinking about going, or think it would be cool to go, just do that. The other thing, too, as you consider if you're on the fence about going upstairs in your house, you may know second-story, two-story houses around here, especially the older ones, your concrete block downstairs, but your plywood for framing upstairs. That's helpful to know. A lot of the newer ones are concrete block all the way up. If you know your concrete block all the way up, you have a little bit more leeway. But if you're plywood up there and you don't have, especially you don't have impact windows or shutters on those windows, that's something to take into consideration. You got to, at this point, if you're still home and in that situation, make your best judgment call based on what's happening at your house.
At the top of the hour, we were listening to that Charlotte County Emergency Operations Center news conference, and they mentioned that they only had 900 people in their shelters, but last night when they were evacuating people, there were 127,000 people in those evacuation zones. We're hoping all those people heeded the warnings and left the area because we know they did not go to the shelters. We hope they are in a safe location. Here's the latest image from Wink Doppler 3X. You see that very clear, defined eye, and you see how close this hurricane is now coming to the coast. Dylan Federico is here with us right now. And Dylan, I think that we're looking at a possibility of somebody being hit as early as what?
Yeah,
noon or 2?
Yeah, you can see it on our radar. The core of destructive winds with Hurricane Ian are just offshore, and the hurricane hunters are in there investigating it right now, and they actually deployed some special drones into the eye wall. And I was just looking at the data just above the surface, found 190 mile per hour winds. So there are very strong winds just above the surface. And this is a strengthening hurricane, so those gusts are likely mixing down to the surface. So when this eye wall, which is that yellow and red ring surrounding the eye, when that crosses the coast, this is going to cause very extensive, potentially catastrophic wind damage to portions along the coast. And we talked about this a little bit, but a lot of people live on high rises right across the street from Wink. I'm sure there are more
up and down the beach. There's Gulf front.
The winds, those 190 plus mile per hour winds that these drones are picking up on will almost certainly impact the upper floors of those condominiums. So I would not recommend staying in any of those because those windows are not built to handle those kinds of winds, especially
some of the older buildings,
especially extensive periods of time. So this is very strong, and this is going to be moving into Sanibel and Captiva shortly. As this continues off towards the northeast.
We know a lot of people in Sanibel and Captiva have evacuated, which is good news. We hope everyone has gotten to a safe location.
Because realistically, at the rate it's going, it's at least conceivable, if not likely, that the island will flood completely.
Yeah, and speaking of the water, I was just looking at the water gauges up and down the coast, and the water has almost bottomed out. If not, it's being done bottoming out over in Fort Myers Beach. But in Naples, the surge is coming in now, and the chart, the water level chart, is almost parabolic. So it's the water is coming up fast, and this is going to be the case up and down the coast as the winds begin to shift more onshore. And this happens in every strong hurricane that comes onshore. The surge comes in very, very fast. That's why we strongly discourage anybody that's at the pier at Fort Myers Beach from being out there in the first place, because when that surge comes in, it's going to come in fast and you're not going to be able to outrun it, especially if you're in the vicinity of the water. There's tons of canals, and that allows that water to fill everything up within minutes. It happens literally within minutes when you have this type of a situation.
And, this comes from not only, Dylan, not only a great meteorologist and very smart, but you're a storm chaser of sorts. So you know how to get close to them safely, and that's not it.
Ian will be my 6th major hurricane that I've been in. So this, but Ian, if this becomes a Category 5, this will be the strongest one that I've been in.
So when you're saying get out of the water, from experience, get away from the shore, get out of the water.
Listen, when that wind shifts in the right angle, the water comes up within minutes. Within minutes, it rises several feet. And in this case, we're talking about over 10 feet of storm surge in some spots, wherever this eventually comes in directly. So that's why we've been warning people for days to get out of those coastal communities, because with this type of a hurricane, the water comes up very, very, very fast, and you do not want to be in any position to take on water. So it's going to come up very fast, and we're going to see this on all of our cameras over the next several hours, wherever the core of Hurricane Ian finally moves in.
All right, thank you very much.
Claire Galt, who is live on Sanibel or near Sanibel. I don't know if you're on the Punta Rassa side. Looks like you are still in the hotel, right? Safely on Punta Rassa, looking across the Sanibel. What are you seeing?
Yeah, that's right. No, we are not on the island of Sanibel. We are close by. We're right before the causeway. Now, the worst of the storm is supposed to hit Sanibel any time now, right now. And so my photographer, Jack, and I went upstairs to this room to kind of seek some shelter, but we can still show you what is going on through this window. Really, the focus right now is the water. If we zoom in, you can see it's spraying across. I mean, that dock is rocking back and forth, and the wind is so strong that the water almost looks like it's moving in a sort of circle. So we're just gonna wait here for a little bit while the worst is coming. Now at 10, I told you about that letter that I got from the city, and so I really want to emphasize that again. So I'm going to read you on my phone. I have it. I'm going to emphasize these two main points one more time. So number one, this is really important. At this time, the time to prep is over. You need to stay where you are. There's no time, to try to go anywhere else. It's over. You got to stay where you are. Number two is that, that there is a precautionary boil water advisory. It's in effect right now, and it's going to stay in effect for a little bit now. Now, like I mentioned to you earlier, the wind right now is the worst we've seen all day. The rain, everything is the worst we've seen all day. So it's really a telltale sign. It's clear we're going to be getting the worst of it any time now. But I'm going to keep you updated. We're going to be watching through this safely, but we're going to be watching enough to let you know what's going on and keep you in the loop with us. Live in Sanibel, or live near Sanibel. Claire Galt,
Claire, don't go anywhere. I want to ask you a question if you can still hear us. That sound we're hearing, is that the wind outside of your window? That whistling, that whistle?
We've been talking about this for a little bit. We think it is the wind outside, but it's unclear if it could be, the wind coming through this gap in this door right here. I don't really want to say either way, but we had that same question. We were wondering the same thing. Maybe, I'm not sure if Matt could help answer that, if, wind can have that sound.
Yeah, Dylan Puerto Rico is here. Claire, stay right there. She wants to ask you a question.
Yeah, Claire, listen, I'm looking at the radar right now. The eye wall is about to begin moving into where you are. So please make sure you have a place away from that window that you can go when those winds start moving in. It's going to happen very soon. So just make sure you have an interior room that you can go to, or a stairwell. There's stairwells in some of those bigger buildings that you can protect yourself from what's going on outside from where you are. Okay, just you need to think about your plan when those winds do come, and it will be soon. So just be ready, okay?
Yeah,
That's probably a good idea for anybody who's in a high rise right now that might not have thought of the concrete stairwell. Okay, Claire has a question for us.
So sorry, for a place like this, would you say a bathroom or kind of a conference room area or a stairwell would be the best option?
It just depends. Just make sure that wherever you are, there's no windows, because when that eye wall moves in, the winds are going to go from low wind, category 1, which is probably what you're seeing right now, to borderline category 5 winds in short order. Eye wall, I'm looking at the radar right now, it's inching in your direction, so it will dramatically worsen here within the next hour or so as it begins to move into Sanibel. So just be ready for that.
Yeah, so let's let Claire and her photographer Jack get into a safe location within that building. Remember, that building has been modernized, so it's up to building standards, but the windows, Claire, you can go get locked down where you need to be, so you're in an interior room away from windows. The same goes for everyone at home. We're now looking at the Sanibel Causeway, and the conditions are deteriorating there. We're seeing very, very high waves, winds, the camera jumping around. For those of you who are listening on the radio and can't see what we are seeing, we want to give you as good of a picture as we can.
This is as turned up as I think I've ever seen the Gulf of Mexico in 20 years here, and the intensity of the waves. And remember, we're just starting. This is not the middle of it. This is not the height of it. This is just, it's coming. The degree that the palm trees are swaying and the intensity of the rising water just in the waves, not necessarily the rising water level yet.
This is the area where if you're a boater, you're putting in the boat. Now, this is not submerged. Things are not completely submerged yet. We're not seeing that yet, but we are seeing some very, very churned up water, like Chris said, like we haven't seen it.
And some sprays hitting the pillars of the causeway that spray up onto the causeway. So clearly, you know, this is the point that we don't want to be on the causeway. We're seeing, if you're watching on TV, the reason why.
It looks to me like it's surged too, because if you look closely on that camera.
Okay, this is at Diamond Head Beach Resort on Fort Myers Beach, Dylan. What we're looking at right now, we are definitely looking at water push up way deep into the beaches. We're looking at the seagrasses, that is the protected seagrasses along the beach that prevents erosion, and the walkway to the beach. The water is all the way up to all of the protected seagrasses that keep the beach and the sand in place there. So we're starting to see some really large amounts of water push up onto the beaches.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning. This is going to be a very prolonged period of strong onshore flow from this hurricane. The hurricane has slowed down significantly over the past couple of hours, so the surge is going to go up even more from here on out. And I was saying this yesterday, and I'm going to stress this point again today. People that have never seen water before, especially compared to Irma and Charlie, are going to see water later on today. And you can see that surge now really coming in to Fort Myers Beach.
This is the pier, and this is what we were looking at 10 or 15 minutes ago with the people swimming. It's more intense now than it was 15 minutes ago.
When I got here a couple of hours ago, there was no water. So it's coming up quickly. And as the core of Ian approaches the coastline, the water will go up quicker, especially where the right front quadrant comes in. So and you see that water funneling in onto the Sanibel Causeway. That's definitely
so for those of you that can see, here we are getting warnings at the same time on our home. You probably are as well. Time to shelter in place. Don't go anywhere. I think that we've passed that message along, but now we're getting emergency alerts from officials. Let's take a look at this pier, and if you watch the timelines, that might be a good point of reference to see where the water is now and where it might be in the hours to come, Dylan, because as you said, it doesn't take long for some of the surge water to come in once it starts coming in. So let's keep an eye on that over time and see how the beach is looking at that.
Yeah, every time we go from camera to camera and check these places, clearly the trend of it going out has ended, and it's starting to come in and starting to get worse and higher water and more intense. Keep our eye on the Fort Myers Beach pier here. Clearly, we're radar up, so Dylan can tell us a little bit more about what we're seeing.
Yeah, and we're seeing a couple of things going on right now. If you look at the hurricane itself, just in the past few minutes, look on the eastern side. Look at the eastern side of the eye wall is now lighting up on the wind dominant 3X, and there's a lot of lightning there too. So even though Ian is just below Category 5 strength as of the latest advisory, lightning is a telltale sign of intensification. So Ian is still strengthening and will likely continue strengthening up until landfall. So what you're seeing right now with the eastern eye wall lighting up is the hurricane is approaching the coast. So there's friction with the wind and there's compression with the land of the hurricane moving in. And usually what that does is it tightens up the hurricane even more. And you're seeing that right now. So this is a very impressive hurricane. It's strengthening still. And like Matt was saying earlier, Category 5 is certainly in flight. But at this point, we are going to see those destructive winds pushing into parts of southwest Florida.
Okay, Dylan, we're watching where the lightning strikes are. Tell us what pieces of land are right under there. We're looking at Sanibel Island right there.
Yes.
See where the lightning strikes are, ladies and gentlemen? There are those white dots that are popping up right near the eye wall there. That is right by Sanibel Island. That gives you a point of reference so you can see where you are in comparison to that.
Yes, and like this is why I was telling Claire what I was saying a few minutes ago. That yellow ring, that is the core of destructive winds. That's where those 155 mile per hour winds with higher gusts are, and they are getting ready to move now into Sanibel and Captiva in short order. And if you live in Pine Island, if you're still in Pine Island, it's not far away from you either. It's gonna slowly move into your direction. But now that eye wall is pushing into the coast there, the surge is going to begin to go up very quickly. So I think that our Sanibel Causeway camera is going to be critical for watching that surge come in within the next couple of hours. Hopefully it stays up. But if you live in Sanibel and Captiva, you need to treat this like a tornado if you're still there. This is going to be basically a tornado that lasts for an hour until you get to the eye. You'll get a break, but then you got to go through the backside as well. So if you're still there, you're going to have to get into the most interior place in your house or building and upstairs because of the storm surge, unfortunately. But you need to protect yourself from flying debris. That's the most important thing. Bring pillows with you to insulate yourself. And it's going to be a rough couple of hours on the island, but the surge is coming, and so are those destructive winds as well.
All right, thank you very much, Dylan. We're going to go over to Taylor Petrus right now, who has some brand new videos coming in of what the storm is already doing in our area.
Yeah, Lois, Chris, Dylan, this is another perfect example of why you need to stay inside, not out on the roadways, because this is what can happen after. A viewer just sent us this. He said this is a downed power line that you can see is now sparking with that debris on the roadway as well. This was taken near downtown Naples about an hour ago. This is 6th Avenue South and 10th Street South. And then he also sent us some aftermath video to show, this is going to continue sparking. So again, with that debris on the roadway, that is why this is dangerous for you to be out and about, as those winds may have knocked down some power lines right now.
All right, thank you very much, Taylor. And emergency crews are not going to come to you at this time. It is way too dangerous. So you just need to hunker down and stay where you are, and we'll assess things later. Your life and your safety is the most important thing right now.
We want to keep Wink Alpha 3X front and center on the screen here because it shows you where we are, shows you where you are in relation to where this hurricane is, and we'll keep Dylan's mic open here. So, all that lightning we're looking at, if you look at the word Fort Myers, we're just looking down and to the left of that, right into the ring.
Yeah, and I am noticing something now in the past couple of frames on radar. You see that notch on the northeastern side of the eye there, and it makes sense because there's lightning there as well. That is what we call a Mesoborticine. These only happen in the strongest of the strong hurricanes, Category 4, Category 5 type of hurricanes. And what these are, they're almost tornadoes within the eye wall themselves. Those are what caused the destruction, from Andrew down in Homestead, those Mesobortices. So while the winds are 155 miles per hour on the advisory, they could end up being even stronger in those little mesovortices.
Okay, so we're going to take you right now to a Lee County news conference. We're hearing from officials there about the latest that they are seeing.
At this point,
Deja Lay, the county manager,
regulate land use and building codes. Although the flood reduction benefits of large structural projects like dams and levees were understood, the impact of to the environment was concerned. Projects now have to assess and reduce and mitigate environmental impact. So this was started, but this has been but these were slow starting. They were all new legislation has continued out.
Okay, we're having a problem with the audio right there. We're going to fix that for you so we can get back to the Lee County officials. But again, we are watching right now the eye of Hurricane Ian approaching the southwest Florida coast. You see Sanibel Island there. As this radar screens, you get a clear view of what's underneath. You're seeing Sanibel Island right there, and then Pine Island beyond it, and then the coast beyond that into Cape Coral and Fort Myers. So we are going to continue to watch this. You see all that lightning in the eye wall. Dylan Federico, our meteorologist, telling us how strong those winds are right there. We're going to go back to that Lee County News Conference. We have the audio fix so you can hear what they're saying.
Next few hours. Structural damage to sturdy buildings with some complete roof and wall failures. Heavy rainfall will continue to spread throughout the county and will intensify, resulting in potentially life-threatening flooding. Large trees snapped or uprooted and many roads impassable from trees and debris. Destruction of mobile homes and manufactured homes. Widespread power outages and also tornadoes can be a possibility. The National Weather Service is recommending the following when sheltering in place. Take refuge in an interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level during the storm. Put as many walls between you and the outside that you can. Stay away from windows, skylights, and glass doors. In the eye of the storm, as it passes over, there will be a short period of calm. But at the other side of the eye, the wind speeds rapidly increase to hurricane force winds coming from the opposite direction. So it's very important not to go outside if we do experience the eye wall. Plan to remain inside even after the storm passes so that first responders can ensure conditions are safe. All responding agencies have stopped responses for the safety of our first responders at this time, but you can still call 911. Calls will be prioritized so that once conditions are safe enough, responses will resume. Response decisions will be made as Hurricane Ian continues to move through the area. I want to repeat, if you have an emergency, please still call 911. If you need more information, please go to our Lee County Government website at www.government.com/storm. We have many more resources and information available on that website. Thank you.
To also mention, as part of this whole preparation and response effort, Commissioner Wayne and I received a call from the governor about 45 minutes ago. And
so the governor actually, with the chief financial officer, indicated that all assets will be deployed as soon as possible, whatever we need. Should provide. So really comforting. Really talked about just the resources that are available and the resources we want to have. The chief financial officer said that they anticipate having insurance companies open within 72 hours of being safe. So that initial check is soon.
Lightning.
Thank you.
we'll take some pictures if you have it. Storm surge, depending on where you are on the coastline, different, from mile to mile. And so to the extent that we're watching with cameras we have around the county to see where the areas are, but until the storm passes, this is going to be impossible to really pinpoint where the damage is. But as soon as the winds proceed below 30 miles an hour, keep you will be out over the road, clearing the debris to make that first pass, and if we have enough time today, we can complete that and back up. Otherwise, if the storm doesn't pass till first thing, we also have search and rescue crews that are staged in Miami. There's two teams over there waiting to make the county. We have 60 people that will show up. Whatever you want to say. But the opposite problem is happening around Cape Coral. And as the storm makes landfall, so here's Englewood and, you go down to Boca Grande about here. The highest storm surge is going to be around Cape Coral, Bonita Springs, Sanibel's there too. See this purple color? Look, 10 to 18-foot storm surge. I mean, that's unreal. It's a wall of water that's going to accompany the storm as it comes on shore. That's unreal. It's amazing, and it's very, very scary for those folks down there as well. So I actually did a measurement from the A in Tampa down to where the storm is. It's about 106 miles as the crow flies. So about 106 miles away is this monster of a storm. Yes, we're being impacted by this monster of a storm. I'm saying the center of it's only 106 miles away. The red on here are hurricane force winds. The orange are winds above 58 miles per hour, and the yellow are tropical storm force winds. I know, you know, storms don't work like in a big circle like this. It's not a perfectly symmetrical look, but this gives you an idea as we move forward. Here's Wednesday, here's today, 6 p.m. This orange color encompassing really Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk, just about all of us, everybody south of Pasco, with these 58-mile-per-hour winds are high. Hurricane force winds by this evening will be Sarasota, Venice, the Arcadia area. Then watch as it moves northeastward, and you're looking at Bartola, Wauchula, Arcadia, Sebring. By 9 o'clock, you're getting in those hurricane force winds, wind gusts at least, and then Tampa, you're still in this 58-mile-per-hour wind, and even tomorrow morning at 3 a.m., Tampa area is still in that 58-mile-per-hour wind zone, so to speak. And it's not exact, folks. It just gives you a generalization of how the next 18 to 24 hours are going to go. Almost always, with landfalling hurricanes, you're going to have tornadoes, and they're typically on the right of the eastern side of the storm, which explains where right now Tampa and St. Petersburg are not in the tornado watch. Because again, storms coming up like this, the right hand or the eastern side has the best chance for these little spin-up tornadoes, and they're really, really quick. Okay, so from Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands County, Manatee, and Sarasota until 5 p.m. But overall, outside of the damage you're going to see where this one makes landfall, that will be the worst damage. Where this makes landfall will be catastrophic, okay? But for the rest of the area, it's going to be freshwater flooding, and a lot of freshwater flooding. We're talking to the tune of 12 to 18 inches of rain. Now, what's going to happen is, as the storm moves north, that drier air I was talking about, that trough is going to start to shear the storm. Well, what it's going to do is it's going to take all the heavy rain and it's going to shear it to the northern side of the system. We're on the northern side of the system. So that's why you're seeing some of these rainfall amounts between 16 and 18 inches of rain. You throw that kind of rain in the middle of the state and these rivers that are already flooding, and this is going to become a huge, huge problem. So that's what we're really concerned about moving forward, is just the rainfall amounts over the next probably 24 hours or so. But it does look like, I'm going to wrap it up here, that by tomorrow afternoon, we should rapidly be improving the conditions around here. But between now and tomorrow morning is a lot of rough and tumble weather for all central Florida. I'll be right back. Okay.
Choose Winters and Yonker, and we will send an attorney to you. Our progressive attorneys represent you for your personal injury case. Our firm will send an attorney, not an investigator, legal assistant, or paralegal. Winters and Yonker.
extreme wind, then the winds will calm down. The sun will come out in spots, and then it will get rough again. So when you see that sunlight, if you're in the eye, you're not done. You're only at the halfway point. Then you get hit again with the eye wall. So I now have the core of the hurricane and the worst part of it within range of our radar. We have the most accurate representation of how strong the winds are. So you can see it's right now starting to get within range. And I want to sample some of the wind speeds. And this is literally the most accurate representation of the wind speeds right now. It's going to be more accurate than the radar out of Miami, Key West, and Tampa. So what we see is very legitimate of the winds within the eye wall. And they are detecting 159 miles an hour on the southeastern corner. Dylan, you see that? On the southeastern corner of the eye wall. On the northern side, it is showing winds upwards of about 145 to 152 miles an hour. Now, the source of this radar is Babcock Ranch. Okay, so Babcock Ranch is detecting, you can see the beam, it is detecting that wind, not 100 miles away plus, like it would be from Tampa Bay. It is half the distance at 50 miles away, meaning we have a more accurate representation as to what is happening with the storm. Let's also highlight where this is likely going to be making landfall. And what I find very interesting is you have the yellow. This is the path that it has been taking. Then you have the red line. That's the forecast from the National Hurricane Center, but it's been wobbling and at times even... Sanibel, and then after that, we have the view as it pushes on shore, seeing those strong winds. If you Category 4, almost Category 5. So now I want to stretch out and essentially show you where the strongest winds are going to be with its forward progress towards the north and northeast.
Slow to come in. I want to make sure that you have all the information that we have. So we'll be back in just a few minutes as we dive into this a little bit more. Welcome to our continuous coverage, and we are committed to stay on the air for you right now to show you and give you all the information you need to stay safe, to check on your property, to know what is happening as this hurricane brushes our coast.
We are experiencing this hurricane the same way that you are. We live of this. We have property, we have families here. We understand that this is a very stressful day, but as Kelly mentioned, our job today is to keep you informed and help you have the latest information so that you know what's going on, because we don't want you going outside right now. We want you to stay right here with NBC2.
And our team of meteorologists back here, there's no one better. Trust us, you can trust them.
So Peter Bush and Kelly Burns here taking over. We're going to start showing you some video, again, to just keep you informed what's going out in our community right now. This is video of Edison Bridge, North Fort Myers area. The wind's obviously whipping up, and we're not even to the part where the hurricane force winds are in this part of Lee County yet. The worst is yet to come for Lee and Charlotte counties.
We have some new video now off of Cypress Lake Drive in Winkler, and you can see the wind is already blowing. Okay, we just have the new advisory. Let's go over to JP, who's going to break down exactly where the new information is for the track of the storm.
We have on our ABC, which one is that? Is that Links 1 that the advisory is in?
put it in two. Can we get links to it here? And we just got this in. Again, put the advisory up there if you can. The 11 o'clock that just came in. Those are still 155 miles per hour. Again, this is the brand new 11 o'clock advisory. 26.3 north, 82.5 west. The eye of the hurricane is just off to our southwest. It's approaching the barrier islands of Lee and Charlotte County. We're really starting to see those winds pick up there. The movement north-northeast at 9. The direction has been the same for the past 12 to 18 hours, but the forward progress is a little bit less than it has been. Category 4 storm right now, weakening to a Category 3 storm as we get over the afternoon and it makes landfall. And then after landfall, it will quickly weaken, head through central Florida and then out into the Atlantic. But this is a 155 mile per hour high-end Category 4 storm right now, and it is pointed right to us and should be making landfall here in the next few hours. So we are watching this very, very closely. Of course, the biggest threat right now is the storm surge. And here on our live radar from Fort Myers, we have a really good look at the outer eye wall of that storm. We have a track on here. This, by the way, is a band of the heaviest rain and the wind, and you see all this lightning. That is a sign of a very strong hurricane and a very strong, well-defined eye wall here, and a very powerful eye wall. So 11:08 Flamingo Bay, Port Boca Grande at 11:20, Highland at 11:29, Bokeelia at 11:43. I'm going to run down the whole list here for everybody that's listening on radio as well. Birdstorm Marina at 12:34, Englewood at 1:34, Northport 1:35, Port Charlotte 1:40, and Arcadia at 4:07. So this is going to be moving off to the northeast. Again, right now it's moving at 9 miles per hour. Here's the storm surge forecast threat. 12 to 18 feet in this area of purple that you see here. That runs from Fort Myers Beach all the way up on the Pine Island, the western side of Cape Coral, all the island coasts, Captiva, Cape Costa in that, all the way up through Charlotte Harbor and up towards the western side of the Cape Hayes Peninsula, the southern side, and the like. So storm surge is going to be our biggest threat. Our Gullwing and Diamond Head Beach Resorts camera here at Fort Myers Beach. This has been going in and out. It comes and it goes as we get these wind gusts. You're going to see the power flicker from time to time. The power may actually go out for a bit. This is Sherman Point Health in Punta Gorda looking across the Peace River here. You can see that the palm trees are blowing and it is getting a bit gustier here. And this condition is going to worsen as that hurricane gets a little bit closer to Charlotte Harbor and the Punta Gorda area. This is the Naples Grand Beach Resort. At these bands of heavy rain to wrap around the center of that storm. So far at the Naples Grand Beach Resort, where we just showed you that camera, 80 mile an hour. That's a hurricane force gust. Just happened a few moments ago at 10:54. There's an 81 that just happened. It's 11:07 right now, so this just happened about 6 minutes ago at Sanibel Harbor. Marco Island at Tommy Barfield Elementary School, you've seen 44 so far. And again, happening not too long ago at the Punta Gorda Airport, a 61 mile an hour wind gust. And these are going to continue to increase as that storm gets closer and closer to us. One of the kind of newer tools, but a really nice tool to have, is this power outages product that we get. And it tracks in semi-real time how many power outages we have currently. You see here 50,000 across Collier County, 42,000 in Lee County, 10,000 people about without power around Charlotte County, and I don't know where that 1,000, I'm assuming the 1,000 is over here in Desoto County. So we are going to start to see some of these power outages increase. You know, this is a powerful Category 4 hurricane that's coming through, and we are going to see those power outages occur off and on, especially out here by the beaches. This is what we've seen so far over the last 24 hours from this storm, and again, we still have a heavy rain event, especially on the northern and western side of that storm. So far, we've seen 7 inches plus of rain. This is right around Naples Park. As you go diagonally southeast, we're looking at 6 to 7 to even close to 8 inches of rain, and we're already starting to see some flooding from those totals. Now here, as we go off to the north, not quite as much rain, but still is around the north side of Pine Island near Bokeelia. Naples, Immokalee, about 3.5. Over here inland, Clewiston, Moorhaven, you've seen about almost 4 inches of rain. Same thing in Northern Glades County as well. This is look at the hurricane again, looping it over the past several minutes. I do not like to see a lot of lightning in the eye wall. That's what we're seeing here. Notice how that wraps around the western side of the system. So the worst winds be on the north eye wall and on the western eye wall. We're still going to see strong winds on the eastern side of this eye wall, but it's not going to be the 155 that you're seeing out here. Certainly 100-mile-an-hour plus winds are possible right along this eastern eye wall. This right in here is the heaviest portion of that eye wall, and again, off to the northeast. Port Boca Grande, 1127, Pineland, 1129, 1143, Bokeelia, Bernstein Arena at 1234, Inglewood, 1241, Punta Gorda at 134, Northport, 135, Port Charlotte, Arcadia, 407. So right now, those times, especially once you get up towards Englewood, so you've got, let's see, 1241, it's 1110 right now, it's about an hour and a half from right now in Englewood. You're going to start to see some of those really strongest of the winds with that outer eye wall, that northern eye wall. In Punta Gorda, 134, Port Charlotte at 142, so that's about 2 hours or so from right now. Again, that's how it's looking towards speed at 9 miles an hour. This may slow down to 2 miles an hour. This may speed up 1 or 2 miles an hour. So as guidance, don't necessarily, at least at this point in time, take that as gospel as to exactly when those winds are going to get into your neighborhood. Once again, Hurricane Ian at 11 o'clock, still a 155-mile-an-hour Category 4 storm, very strong Category 4 storm. If this were to go up just a little bit, it would be at 5, and you can see there on your television screen the eye wall just to the west-southwest of, we'll say, the western side of Sanibel there, and headed for southwest Florida. We'll send it back over to Rob Duns. We're going to send it over to Rob. He's got some more perspective from the NBC2 First Alert Hurricane Tracking Center. Rob.
All right, thank you very much, John. I wanted to give you a few live looks outside here as JP was giving you a great analysis of the radar, the most recent information from the 11 a.m. advisory with maximum sustained winds still holding at 155 miles per hour. This is a live look from the city of Fort Myers, just north of Winkler Avenue, very close to Fowler's. You can notice, again, the camera is shaking around there pretty good. Haven't seen any major damage, other than I did notice one tree had fallen off near the Fowler Street area in the city of Fort Myers. There's a live look at the Caloosahatchee. I believe they're trying to look at the water levels there in that perspective. So, you know, obviously, right now it's just some water moving around in the Caloosahatchee, but that's probably the most captivating image at the moment. A live look from the top floor of the Diamond Head Resort on Fort Myers Beach. That angle is looking toward the north, so that appendage that looks like down from the island there, the fishing pier, and if you looks like the water's been able to come all the way up to the seawalls there for those homes on Fort Myers Beach. As of right now, it's tough to tell from the perspective, but it looks like the roads right now are passable, but no to be outside anymore. The time to shelter in place is now, because this hurricane's landfall will be occurring in the next few hours. In inland communities, you know, you're not prone to storm surge here, but you still have to be on guard for damaging winds over the next few hours. That's a lot now from. Again, a lot of folks are hunkered down here as we look live apart. And here's another look at inland areas, Lehigh Acres in the eastern side of Lee County. Again, see some rain, you see some wind, but nothing out of control, at least right now. But remember, as John just showed you a few moments ago, the eye of this Category 4 hurricane, you know, is just off of our coast. Do here is I want to switch this over to the interactive hand tracker. Switch up this system here, and I'll try to do this here manually from the wall. You know, perspective, it's always important to keep things in mind here. From the city of Cape Coral right now, the outer eye wall is really, really very, very close now. Cape Coral area is at here off of Cape Coral Parkway. I mean, the brunt of this hurricane is about 25 miles or less off to the east and southwest of you, as the core of these really, really intense winds are getting very close now to the Lee County barrier islands and areas up here toward the southern side of the Cape Hayes Peninsula. This is a look at the radar reflectivity that you're most familiar with, of course, but we're able to analyze the winds here in the same manner as if we're looking for a tornado. So what I want to do is switch some products up here. So what this one is doing is looking for velocity or spin, or especially the speed in the atmosphere. And remember that the radar is fairly out. to that north-northeast direction. So it looks like the brunt of that may very well move on shore into areas of Sarasota, if not areas of western Colorado, western Charlotte County, again, inside the next 3 to 4 hours. So you need to be down in your here for the remainder of the afternoon until to see some improving weather here. That is going to be a long ways off in the future based on how things are looking right now. Switch this back up to the I'm going to send things over to Chief Meteorologist Allison Ray.
There's chairs over there. Up on the tables. Oh, those are good flying. I got them all stacked up in here.
Yeah. So this is approaching our coastline. The good news, there's not much good news here, but the good news is that it's not going to stall out there for hours now. So we'll get a landfall over the next 2 to 4 hours. And we were waiting yesterday and we're saying, we need to get on land and out here as soon as possible. Storm surge potential would be. With that said, that's all relative. The storm surge potential is still extremely high, and in fact continues to increase. We are at that worst case scenario. When we see those worst case scenario graphics, we said, hey, this is a reasonable forecast.
No, I can already see
that.
that.
Forecast. Those two are interchangeable this time based on where this is going to make landfall. So as it continues to push closer to Charlotte Harbor, we're just about 28 miles from the front edge, or really the back edge of the strongest thunderstorm on the northeast quadrant of the storm. One thing to note, and we were with you last night tracking a lot of tornado warnings, as we go through the next few hours and this makes landfall, we are going to run into possibly some more tornado warnings as well. That is on top of the really powerful winds that we're seeing with the storm. So like Rob mentioned, this is no time to get in your car and head out. It's time to stay in place and find the safest place that you can with your home as the storm pushes on through. It will be a few hours. It probably will last hours, specifically in the areas in Charlotte County and Lee County as these powerful winds come on through. Stay with your radio. We are on radio. We will walk you through the rest of the storm as it makes its way to our region. Lots of lightning to go through the storm all weekend until it gets on land because it's so powerful. We do see that lightning extend all the way around the center of the storm. Now, we put 30 miles to the center of that initial thunderstorm line. We have about 45 miles go to the center of the storm. Remember, this is moving off to the north-northeast at about 10 miles per hour. So we have a couple of hours here to walk us through parts of Charlotte County and into Sanibel and into Pine Island. Zooming into Desoto, your winds are picking up. That rainfall is picking up. The rainfall will be confusing to see later on today. What's rain, what's salt water, what's rising. Total inundation could be concerning for the rest of tonight and into tomorrow. We do have some light showers, not as much lightning right now through parts of Port Charlotte, but here comes that first real strong wind into North Carolina and St. James City. So even if you're in Southwest Cape, any South Cape Coral right now, you want to be in the safest part of your home. That would be away from land. I know we said, hey, if you feel safe, take some extra time. Not in Cape Coral, not in Pine Island, not in Mount Lachey. You want to be in your home and in your safe spot. This is the initial real sticky dicky storm. The winds pick up. This is going to be the first real strong one. To, or really a lot of
hurricanes are a little asymmetrical, right? They're not always perfectly symmetrical. One side's a lot stronger than the other. Notice that we have 140 mile per hour winds. These are just estimates on each side of the eye wall. Because that eye wall has just as strong winds on one side than the other, that tells me that we're not going to see the storm weaken at all before it makes landfall. Storms, big storms like Irma and Katrina, both powerful, destructive storms, weaken just a little bit before landfall. This one's not. This one's going to stay strong. It's holding at just shy of Category 5 status. So that was a remarkable pressure drop that had to do with that eye wall replacement we talked about yesterday. Sometimes that eye wall replacement can benefit you if it takes a long time to do, but this one completed its eye wall recycle and came out even stronger in the end. So how strong are these winds going to be? This is going to be how strong we could see these winds through Port Charlotte, North Port, 130 miles per hour. That's going to be pretty incredible and devastating, potentially. Arcadia, we're at 122, so even inland, because you're going to see that eye wall push into Desoto County, Arcadia, I know you're inland, but you're going to have these really powerful winds when the storm comes on through. Farther to south, even LaBelle, 78 miles per hour. Babcock Ranch, 106 miles per hour. North Fort Myers, almost 120 miles per hour. The Caloosahatchee will see their waters rise in the coming hours. After that landfall, the waters will start to move up farther into the Caloosahatchee. Farther to the south, even places like Iona, Shell Point, over to Sanibel, 140 mile per hour wind gusts are going to be possible. As we head farther inland, you're still seeing some gusty winds. Think about a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be the longest time of these winds continuing. When I was in Hurricane Michael 4 years ago, one thing to notice, these winds just continue, and it's not like a tornado so much where it just all happens in an instant. It's just kind of this slow deterioration of things happening. So just stay inside and stay safe as the storm continues to push off to the north. 86 miles per hour into North Naples, that's going to be possible. We are seeing those storm surge totals increase. Coming up, we're going to have more analysis of the storm pushing on in, but also later on tonight after landfall, that storm surge is going to continue to increase, and coming up we'll dive more into that of what we're seeing and what we're expecting in parts of Lee and Charlotte counties and Collier too, with that storm surge increase in the potential from the National Hurricane Center this morning. Okay.
And we are tracking not only the threat for those high winds, but you hear us on occasion say, get into your safe place. So I want to take a moment here and get you a little bit more on where that is in your house. So as you slice open your house, something like this on the interior of your house, like a small bathroom or a small closet, you want those walls close together because you want that support of those walls up against you. Because if something were to happen and your roof got compromised, like if a tree were to fall, you want that support to hold the ceiling together above your head. And a large room doesn't do that as well as a small room does. So if you have that, that is certainly the best. An interior room away from windows, a small room for better support. In case you have to the roof, you still have that support there of your ceiling beneath the roof. Something like a laundry room or a closet or a bathroom. That's the best location. And if you don't have that, like my house in particular doesn't have that, if you have an exterior touching room, but also small with no windows, like in my house, it's a laundry room and it's a walk-in closet. So those are some safe places. You mainly want a small with no windows. When we say go to your safe place, that's where you want to go. And that's going to be especially important if you're watching out toward the western side of Lee County and Charlotte County and DeSoto County and in southern Sarasota County and into our viewing area. That's going to be one of the most important pieces of information that you need to stay safe as the storm approaches and passes through southwest Florida as we go through the afternoon. Storm surge, as we just saw there on Fort Myers Beach, is already happening, and it's that push of the hurricane on top of the Gulf of Mexico creating this wave. And as Allison mentioned, it's gradual. This is a gradual process. We saw on camera here, I'll go back and show you again, we're already starting to see a little bit of this storm surge here at Fort Myers Beach. These waves are already crashing, and from time to time, we lose the internet signal of this camera, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening right now. But it goes in and out, as you would expect. It is really windy here at Fort Myers Beach. I'm going to hang on this for a moment, see if it comes back. it is frozen for the time being. But you can see even in that frozen picture how choppy that Gulf of Mexico is. That's those waves starting to build already, and this is going to get worse as the storm, even after the storm leaves and passes by, because we're going to have that push from the southwest just perfectly perpendicular just about to our beaches, and that's kind of like the worst case scenario for storm surge. A landfall just north of most of southwest Florida, and that water is crashing onshore from the southwest. This is a product that this company that we partner with, QRisk, they take that forecast from the National Hurricane Center and they create a product to show above water inundation. So this is their forecast model that they run based off of the Hurricane Center's forecast for storm surge. So what we're looking at here is above ground water. So all the way up to the East Trail here in Naples and Collier County, we can see about 3 feet of inundation. I know the storm surge forecast is higher than that, and you saw some red around the 10,000 islands. That would be 9 feet of inundation. So we are looking at terrible storm surge flooding, not only along the coast of Collier County, but especially as you get up closer to where they're stronger in Lincoln.
I don't know, because I went in there, there's a lot of people standing around, but there's nobody at the desk.
To 15
so I went to the restroom and came back, and then there still wasn't anybody there.
Is higher than that, as you saw, but the inundation scale doesn't even go up that high. We've shown a few products here that the values are so high that we don't have the scale, we don't have the color palette for it, because particular values are so high, and we rarely, if ever, see those. And so this area right in here is 12 to 15 feet. The red is 9, and then 3 to 6 feet of inundation all the way over to US 41, the Iona McGregor, Sanibel, Lighthouse Beach. Again, that purple area here, right around 12 to 15 feet, 6 to 9 feet across most of the rest of Sanibel, and then Activa as well. Pine Island, here's St. James City, Flamingo Bay, and that 6 to 9 foot inundation. Southwestern side of Cape Coral here. And we have a camera right here at the west of at Cape Coral. They are in 12 to 15 feet right there at the beach, right there, or I should say right at the coastline there with the Caloosahatchee, and then pushing inland and along the Southern Cape in that 3 to 6 foot category, 9 feet as you approach the Caloosahatchee and Pine Island Sound in those areas.
That's what I've been trying to determine, and I'm not sure, because right now it's
or even the mouth of the Caloosahatchee. Look how wide it is down here, and then it narrows considerably as we approach Bayshore and Olga. So we've been showing the storm surge warning, and it includes all of Lee County, but when you get to Charlotte and Collier County, it's only the coastal areas. And this is the reason why. It's because of the cutting across the county. And look at the storm surge potential here for this area near Bayshore. The inundation could be 12 to 15 feet, pushing all the way up towards Bayshore Road. And then we've got another little area here near the boathouse, if you know where that is, on State Road 31, right near the Lee Civic Center. The river there, that area could also see 12 to 15 feet of inundation, because you're funneling that water and forcing it to go into a narrower area, and that forces that water level to be higher than it would a little bit downstream where the river is a little bit wider. As well as Charlotte County, you can see that's that inundation potential again, right around 6 to 9 feet. So again, the storm surge forecast is higher than this, but when you take into account elevation of these particular areas, this is what we're looking at for inundation for the water to come on shore. And look here, same thing that we just explained with the Caloosahatchee, the same thing is going to happen with the Peace River and somewhat with the Myakka River, but the Myakka River cuts off to the northwest. The water's going to want to go this way, off to the northeast, because it's coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. So that's why the Peace River here is all in purple. That's an opportunity to have inundation of 12 to 15 feet. So this is why we've been so concerned about the storm surge event. Yes, we're going to have high winds. Yes, we're going to have some heavy rain bands, but it's the storm surge. Again, you can see right here as we zoom in on the Peace River, that potential there as you head toward the Desoto County line. So that's what we're looking at for storm surge and inundation. And now we're going to send it over back to NBC2. We're going to go over to Rob Duns and see what he's got here, a little bit more on the storm.
All right, so thank you very much. And I'm going to walk over to the weather wall here. I wanted to spend a little bit of time and further elaborate on what John was talking about in terms of the surge. Right now, again, the center of this hurricane is sitting just offshore, but you have to remember how the air is moving in very different directions around the hurricane. Right now, in areas like Charlotte Harbor and the western side of Charlotte County, the air is still moving offshore, moving in that direction, while in points south of the eye, the winds have already turned onshore, and it's in areas like Fort Myers Beach that we've been showing you those live pictures from, of the water rise, like from the Diamond Head Resorts. Real substantial storm surge is now starting here because the winds have turned offshore. But I want to stress here for folks in Charlotte County right now, again, because of where you're located in proximity to the eye of this hurricane right this moment, the water is being pulled out of Charlotte Harbor and out of the Peace River. So what I'm going to do is walk over to this weather wall here to show you some cameras. Here at NBC2 and ABC7, we have a network of cameras all over Southwest Florida. And the one I wanted to show you in particular is this one here in Charlotte County. So this camera that you're seeing right now is from the Shore Point Health Center. So this is off of Marion Avenue, just to the east of downtown Punta Gorda. I wanted to pan, and just going to do this on the fly here, if you would. We're just going to pan to the left because I was noticing something that looks like the water levels in the river have dropped really, really substantially. And I think in someone with a microphone, shout out if you see something different than I do, but it certainly looks like that right now there could be enough of a water pull out of the river here in this part of the Peace River where you see this brown shading. I think that's almost totally dry. And you know, again, the wind is pushing offshore. You can see the direction of the trees here.
That is just sand right now.
The wind right now is pushing this direction and it's going offshore. So it looks, you know, from this perspective, that we have dry ground right now.
Up until that channel marker, which is probably about 100 feet out.
Yeah, so when you think about that, that's pretty remarkable. You know, this part of the Peace River isn't terribly deep, but, you know, in order for the water to pull out that fast, that's a lot of water that's coming around here. So these boats, you know, they could be in a bit of trouble here over the next few hours as the water levels are going to change pretty drastically over the next few hours. Since we're maneuvering this camera on the fly here, across the way is that new Sunseeker resort that they're building. There are some gigantic cranes, and during Hurricane Irma, something that we noticed, especially over in Miami, was these cranes were swinging all over the place because when hurricanes move through, they design the cranes to move freely. So why don't we try to zoom in here just for a moment and see if we notice any movement with those cranes. That again is looking across the Peace River here. Move this a bit more to the right. It looks like the cranes are holding steady right now, but as long as we have electricity in Charlotte County, that's something I'd like to make sure we keep an eye on here, because again, we're noticing a pretty substantial change in the water levels in the Peace River.
And they keep those cranes up because it's actually safer to have them dangling like that than taking them down and having them blow around. So
the next two I wanted to show you is a bit farther down the coastline. So now we're in the city of Fort Myers. The water levels here are, or rather the camera is zoomed in at the water levels, but what I wanted to do here live is just to pull this out. If you're familiar with the downtown river district, you know, just a few weeks ago they opened that new band show auditorium. This is that little fishing pier that runs out from the river district to Fort Myers. So if you're familiar with what it looks like on a normal day, you can see how much the water levels have risen. And that's because in the Fort Myers area and areas of Lee County, the winds are now turning onshore. Let me jump back over here to the radar again. Again, if you're in the Fort Myers area, for you, the winds are now moving in this direction. They're pushing the water up into areas like the Caloosahatchee and into parts of Estero Bay. So the water levels are going to start to rise now in areas around Fort Myers Beach, and Sanibel, because of the way the air is pushing these masses of water around here. Let's zoom this out a bit further since we still have electricity right now in downtown Fort Myers. Looks like things are okay on land, at least for the time being. Yeah, but that's something to watch there, because this storm surge component is really going to get high speed here as this continues to unfold over the next few hours. Peter? Yes.
Because I know this has been the main threat with this storm, and I'm looking at a graphic that you posted last night on NBC2 and ABC7 about the high tide and the low tide and how the worst case scenario would be
I think it said 11.
the onshore winds coinciding with high tide. And I'm looking at Point Ebel, for example. The next high tide is 3:11 p.m. Are we getting lucky that this seems to be a little bit earlier, or is this going to be in this onshore pattern for the next few hours?
Change in the last 12 hours is that it is moving a little faster than it looked like was possible about 12 hours ago. So I'm trying to pull up that Lee County tide graphic. I can't see it here at the tip.
So it's 3:11 for Point Ebel. Little Hickory Island was just before 6 o'clock. So a question on our viewers' minds is they're keeping, as they're thinking about potential worst case scenario storm surge, might we catch a little break with the timing not lining up with the high tide?
I think it's fair to say there could be a little bit of a break, but by no means let your guard down here. For folks in Charlotte County, you still have a ways to go here, and of course it depends on where the eye makes landfall, but the high tide cycles in Charlotte County don't arrive until after 4 o'clock this afternoon. For the Englewood, Lemon Bay area, high tide is several hours away, not until 4 o'clock, and for downtown Punta Gorda, high tide is not until 6 o'clock this evening. So there's a lot to go around here before we start to let guard off.
11:55.
I'm not too concerned, honestly.
11:55.
I mean, it's going to give here or there a little bit, but I have to say that let's look at the wall. It's still going to be multiple feet of water moving into our region. So, maybe we'll save a couple of inches, 6 inches, maybe up to a foot, but we're still talking about this water moving into substantial parts of our homes and parts of our coastal communities. I have this on a time lapse, and I know I do want to make a little announcement before more people start losing power. So write these down. These are the radio stations that we're streaming on. You can listen to us if your power goes out. We will be here until this storm passes, until this threat goes on. So we're going to be here overnight and through tomorrow as well. So this is going to be 96.1, 103.9, 98.1, and Sunny 106.3. Those are just several of them. B103.9, I did mention that. So we have several of these radio stations that will be on streaming for the rest of the day through tomorrow, because we will expect more power outages. We've already seen that. This is a time lapse of the past 6 hours, and a couple of things to note from it is that within last night into this morning, we did see a big jump. I left last night, I came this morning, I had to readjust all of my maps to be much farther north. That's a good sign because it's moving. This hour, it is just doing this little bit of squabble.
Well, it wasn't raining when we first
started. So it's kind of staying out here for the past hour or two. And remember, that's what I was looking at last night with one of our computers suggesting that it just kind of out here for a few hours. Each hour we're tracking how the storm gets closer to our coastlines, and we need it to keep getting closer and closer. We've seen a big jump into the overnight hours, but the past 2 hours is just staying out here a little bit and staying pretty well organized. And the lightning count, I don't have the lightning turned on in this view, but the lightning count continues. It's starting to get at that little bit of land interaction until the center of the storm, that core of the hurricane is disrupted. It's going to stay on the powerful side because we still are pretty warm and in this really tropical environment to keep the storm going. Sanibel, St. James City, South Seas, through North Captiva, you are seeing the brunt of this outer edge of the eye wall right now. South Seas 11:44, just a few more minutes of some of the stronger winds. This will then move into Pine Island. This will then move into Mount Lachey. And because it's only moving at about 10 miles per hour, you're going to be dealing with these very strong winds for about an hour. And then we'll get into that eye wall. That eye wall will be a time to relax and catch your breath. And then the back edge of the storm will come. The problem with this back edge of the storm is that it's just as powerful as the front edge of the storm. So we're not going to see too much of a difference for the back edge than farther to the north. Lightning, we're at 21 lightning strikes within the past 15 minutes. Cape Coral just starting to see some light showers push on in. Maybe Rob, do we have video of that Cape Coral camera?
Let me take a look for you.
On top of the Westin there. I did time out the back edge of this line, the front part of the back edge of the eye. So, let's time this out and notice the time here moving off to the northeast, and that's assuming that it's going to stay at 10 miles per hour. Placida at 512. That's when this front part of the back edge of the eye will be moving through. It's not even noon right now, so we are going to have these high winds stick around for a while. Englewood, you'll start to see the second part of the back edge of that eye by 512, Rotunda West at 512, and Rotunda at 522. All the while this is occurring, we have a few hours for this to push off. All the while, this water is streaming into Estero Bay, into Cape Coral, into the Caloosahatchee. Now, Charlotte Harbor, like Rob mentioned, it's dry. 12 hours from now, that's not going to be the case. Now, what about the edge? When are we really going to be done with some of the really strong winds, the core of the storm? We're not until 6-7 o'clock. And you're going to see a bunch of times going through today, and they're all going to be a little bit different. And you're like, well, that one was an hour before, that one was an hour later. We're giving you a kind of an idea here because, one, the timing of the storm could change. And two, we're kind of individually timing out just couple of miles here or there different parts of the storm, so just kind of take how this is going to take a few hours to go on through, and conditions will continue to deteriorate here. I did want to time out this band of showers moving into downtown Fort Myers, into Shell Point, just before about 1 o'clock or so. Fort Myers Beach at 1 o'clock. If you are on any of these barrier islands, you cannot leave. I mean, we've been saying that really across much of the region in general. You need to make sure that you're in a safe place. Fort Myers Beach, Fort Myers at 210, so that would be downtown Fort Myers. And notice how, because of the wind direction, this is just funneling in. So you see, like near Ponderosa, how it curves like that. The water is just kind of catching right here, like holding a cup. It just has nowhere to go except for right there. What's in its way is Cape Coral. That's the next land interaction with all this water pushing through the Sanibel Causeway and into parts of southwestern Cape Coral, and also right around Shell Point and Fort Myers Beach as well. Rob, did you have that camera?
So for the control room, Doppler 2 is our quick source here. This camera is frozen right now, so it's possible that we have lost electricity at the western end of the city of Cape Coral. Yeah. But something else I wanted to direct our attention to in the control room, if they could pop up the Mito computer. This is a viewer photo that was sent to Kelly Burns, and that, I'm told, is Charlotte Harbor. Kelly, is that correct? What was the viewer name?
The viewer's name is, give me a second on that, but that's how much water they said is drained out.
That is remarkable. Remember, we have a very strong offshore wind right now in Charlotte County, and it is sucking and pulling water out of the harbor. You can see for yourself how it's essentially just about dry right now in parts of Charlotte Harbor. And a few moments ago, we were looking live with the camera that we have at Shore Point Health in Punta Gorda. There's also parts of the Peace River right now that have dried out as water is being pulled up the river and out into the Gulf of Mexico. However, in other parts of our community, the winds have turned onshore, and right now that is the concern on Estero Island and Sanibel Island. I'm told my colleague Brenna White has video of Sanibel Island surge flooding. Brenna, what are you seeing in the alert center?
Yeah, Rob, in the NBC2 Alert Center, I'm tracking live feeds. It looks like this one is buffering right now. I was just watching it live. You can still pull it up, and I want to point out to you, this spot right here on your screen is a mailbox. The water is all the way up to mailboxes from this spot on Sanibel Island. This is Lindgren Boulevard and East Gulf Drive, so it's about a block off of the beach. And again, water is up to the mailboxes in this live feed. I wish it wasn't buffering. I'm actually going to step off the screen right here and see if I can get it to refresh so that we can give you this view, because it's really just mind-boggling to see. You can see that mailbox that I'm pointing out here with the mouse, and the water is just rushing through this area. I'm going to see if I can get another camera on this website to work, because, man, it's really scary to watch. I'm going to toss it back to Rob. I'll keep working on getting this live feed here, but Rob, take it away. We do know storm surge is happening. We're watching it live.
Okay, just one moment here. I believe that Ellison just mentioned that a new tornado warning.
Right, we have a tornado warning for Desoto County. So Desoto County, this is in the far northeastern corner, more of a rural area here. But what I want to point out to you is that this is going to occur. I mentioned that as the storm gets closer and closer and continues to make landfall, we're going to continue to see these spin-up tornadoes. This one, the indication that I'm seeing on velocity scans here is not as impressive as some of the other tornado signatures that we've seen throughout the lifespan of Hurricane Ian impacting Southwest Florida. But with that said, we're still going to see powerful winds, possibly, up to 100 miles per hour or so. So even if you are farther inland, actually, I'm going to zoom out for just 1 second. Let me step off screen for a second. Even if you are farther inland and the eye wall is not coming your way just yet, we're still looking at these possible tornadoes starting to push on through, and that's why we want everyone to, that's why they sent out that alert and said, hey, this is no time to be traveling. This is time to stay where you are. So we did a little pixel query on there, just estimating these wind speeds. 80 could be higher than that because it's a little bit different levels in the atmosphere. 80 miles per hour possible in this region. This would be where the tornado is, just in southeast.
You're listening to continuous coverage of Hurricane Ian on Gator Country 1.
The county.
We should go back over to Port Charlotte.
Yeah, Rob, so you were tracking.
Yeah, actually, Allison, you're talking about those winds aloft. If we could switch over to the Doppler 2 source just for a moment, we are getting reports of wind gusts now away from any kind of tornado warning.
You're listening to continuous coverage of Hurricane Ian on Gator Country 101.9 WWGR Fort Myers, 104.7 The Mix WSGL Naples, and 98.9 WG.
How do you think it looks? To me, it looks like it's super good.
Yeah, I could go.
It seems like a lot of times I try to line them up in New York and the east. So. I'm gonna try to get right in the center of it, but I need to set up before things get too bad, either here or in Port Charlotte or back over there, and even over in Northport. Official track takes it west of Port Charlotte. Yeah, the hotels about 8 miles away. Just a little back east now. Looks like it's froze. Wow, what do they got? Listen to all those frogs.
Oh, okay.
the worst is, much here as it continues to lift in this northeast direction. But because the storm is moving so slowly, it's going to be a long couple of hours here for areas of western Charlotte and northwestern Lee County here, again, over the next few hours. I believe it's fair now to send things over to my colleague at ABC7, Chief Meteorologist John Patrick. John, what are you seeing from your perspective?
Well, I wanted to go ahead and track that outer rain band, that eye wall that you were just showing with the wind velocities. Again, we are looking at that outer eye wall right over the barrier islands, as Rob mentioned here, as we track it with our live radar. And you can also notice that there are thunderstorms. There's a lot of lightning around that eye wall, which is a sign of a very strong eye wall. Of course, the center of the storm right there, tracking to the northeast at about 9 miles per hour. So I want to go ahead and show you here the close view, Captiva Island, Cayo Costa right there, getting pounded by that wind and that very heavy rain right now as this spirals around the center of Ian. As we go off to the north and to the northwest a little bit here towards the Lee Island coast, there's Boca Grande. You're just now starting to see some of the outer eye wall wind on Boca Grande right now that's headed for Gasparilla here as we go over the next, I'd say 15 to 30 minutes as we start getting into Gasparilla. Here's a track that the strongest of the winds. Here are the arrival times. We're looking at some of the activity here on the eastern side. Some of this is moving to the northeast as well into central Lee County. Now this area is not as strong as this red area. This is where you get those 120 and 40-mile-an-hour winds. Those are also moving out to the north and northeast as well. But you're seeing some of that action right now around the Fort Myers Hills area, the Grand Deza, and the Cross Creek area of Fort Myers. Those are areas being impacted by some of the outer rain bands right now. As we go through time, we're going to look for that to work its way up to Paseo, North Fort Myers, as we get into 1218, Greens Edge condominiums, 1224, into Englewood. Our time is bumped up here as the clock progresses. You'll see these move up on the screen.
Hang here, we can get across the bridge over there. If we need to go west,
you see over here. There's Englewood, there's Venice, Northport's right there.
we got the radar a little bit more.
Some of the strongest of the winds out of this system that will be on land. So that's going to happen for you right around 12:30 as we get toward Pine Lakes Forum, 12:30 to 12:34, and out toward Gateway. Again, you're going to get kind of this area right in here at 12:34. Now, these winds are not going to be as strong as the ones at Northport and Englewood and Venice and Punta Gorda and those areas. We are still going to see some hurricane-force winds. I would not be surprised out of this line right in here to see 70 to 80 mile-an-hour wind gusts. So prepare for that. And that's why we keep saying have your safe place, that interior room with walls that are close together, a small interior room, because not only do we have these winds, but we just showed you a tornado warning in Desoto County. It's in far northeastern Desoto County and heading into Harney County, but you're going to start to see those as we go through the afternoon. There's that tornado warning right now. The storm itself is actually just about out of DeSoto County.
That's what I'm trying to line up for.
And we're still in that right front quadrant of the hurricane. And as long as we're in that right front quadrant, we are going to see these spin-out tornadoes. So if you were to crosshairs in through here, everywhere from about just to the west of Arcadia, right in here in Sarasota County east, we're still prone for those tornadoes.
We'll
now,
run
once you
into
get down
here a lot more than we did in
the threat's a little bit less because now you guys are starting to get out
because I've been seeing so much of it already before anything's even really
and Everglades City is lower than it is right now around Arcadia and Clewiston and the like. And as we go through the next several hours, we're going to continue to track this heavy rain band through southwest Florida as the hurricane continues to make its way off to the northeast. So there's Sarasota, Punta Gorda, Englewood, Venice, Northport right in here. By the time we get into 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, we're going to start to see more of that make its way toward the beach. This is our forecast model here with a landfall somewhere right around the Cape East Peninsula, southern Sarasota County. Again, that eye wall right now pretty large, so it doesn't matter if it's going to be Venice or Englewood. That eye wall is going to go over all those communities. And then as it lifts off to the north and northeast on Thursday, notice how our winds are still coming on shore, still pounding our coastline, and that's why we have that very large threat of storm surge, and this is probably going to be the worst storm surge event that we've seen around here in a long, long time. Worse than Irma, worse than Wilma, worse than Charlie, worse than all that. And so that's why we've been so concerned about the storm surge event from this. We'll send it back over to Allison and Rob over at NBC2.
Thanks, JP. I want to show a video right now. We have video coming in from Cape Coral. This is the Chiquita Lock here, and we're seeing, this is a live picture, so we're getting this before anything goes down or service goes down. We're already seeing the flooding coming on in. This is the southern tip of Cape Coral, southwest Cape Coral. We know that this is just the beginning of this storm having its impact in Cape Coral. We also have an official report down in Naples of 4.8-foot storm surge, which is the highest ever recorded for them, and that will continue as well with those southerly winds. What I want to do for you is go back. I backtrack this live radar several hours and show you where the center is going and what's the trend. Okay, so we're back here at almost 7 o'clock in the morning, and the center of the storm was way farther to the south, but as we go forward in time, each hour I put a little yellow dot here as it continues to push off to the north. What we're seeing is we did see a big jump earlier in this morning, and now we're kind of getting this real slow wobble to the north. So the time, 1 hour from this dot to this dot, the distance is getting a little bit smaller. That's concerning. I don't want this to stay offshore any longer than it has, than it's going to. The problem is that as we get closer and closer to land, we don't have any steering currents for this to push it into our land. So it's going to just kind of stay there until it's just forward momentum continues to push on in, and until the land interaction continues to stop.
4 decades ago, we started on a journey. We planted seeds.
From here to here, that's where we saw the center of the storm. The hour before that, it was farther to the south and to the west. So we saw a big jump, and it stayed at, maybe about 10 miles per hour. But the last hour, it slowed down and wobbled just a little bit back off to the north and west. That's not a trend we want to see. It may not stay. It may not stay. It may continue to move off to the north and east. But the problem is that steering current lift off to the north is kind of losing its pull on it. So we're going to have to see this continue for a little bit. You do notice here on First Alert Live Doppler, we're going to see these green boxes go up. Flash flooding is going to be a likely issue for us later on today. So we do not need to be out on the roads
if it's moving due north,
all, especially the amount of water that we've already seen. Potholes
Potholes
are going to be filled with water. Your car is going to get damaged if you're out there anyway, and it's just simply dangerous to be on the waters right now. We are out on the roads. We don't have our crews out there. We are not out there just holding them down, trying to get that video out of someone else. I know we are safe. We are inside. We are watching the storm push on in and watching how slow the storm is going to trek off to the north and east. So when does landfall actually occur? Well, we actually need that part of the eye wall, that front edge, to actually come on land, and we're not there yet. And Rob, we might not be there for another couple of hours before it really officially makes that landfall.
Well, the storm's only moving at 10 miles an hour, so if you think about how fast it is when you drive through like your community, your neighborhood, that really isn't very, very fast. So unfortunately going to be a slow-moving event for us over the next several hours. If I could, on the fly here, request that the control room take our Doppler 2 source. I just wanted to check in with downtown Fort Myers again. While we still have electricity, let's take advantage of these web cameras. As Allison mentioned, it's too dangerous for people to be outside right now, but the weather cameras, they don't mind taking a hit here once in a while when the weather goes downhill. This again is a live look from the beautiful downtown River District in Fort Myers. It's tough to see it to take a hit like this, but at least right now we are not seeing any substantial tree damage. All the trees are doing just fine right now. Looks like there's definitely some palm fronds getting tossed around there in the River District, but right now I'm not seeing significant tree or limb damage, at least from this camera perspective. And as we pan here to the left, taking a look at how the harbor looks, it looks like at least for the time being, the boats are fine. But remember, we are in the early stages of this event. We got a long ways to go before we are done. And for areas in Lee County, as Allison Ray mentioned to you just moments ago, the winds will continue to get stronger until we get our landfall and the storm eventually starts to pull away from us here in southwest Florida. What I'm going to do now, and I'm just going to ask the control room to bear with me here, I'm going to ask that we top up weather camera over at the chroma wall, and I'm going to use this interactive hand tracker. Hearing from a few folks in our community who are riding out the storm in parts of Collier County that were under an evacuation yesterday. Are we set here at the wall?
Hey, Rob, I do want to say real fast that the National Hurricane Center is saying that, hey, this is making landfall currently in Sanibel and Captiva.
Oh, okay, that's very important, because again, once we get that landfall point, then we really have to focus on the catastrophic wind threat here as this moves towards southwest Florida. While I have you, though, I did want to mention that we're hearing Vanderbilt Beach in the Connors area, which is down here. Connors is a small street just to the west there of US 41. If we could make this a little bigger so I can see what I'm doing here at the wall, I'd appreciate it. So we're getting reports in this neighborhood here of water coming up and over the seawalls. What's happening is the water's getting pushed into these channels and these canals, and now it's moving up and over the seawalls here to the west of Vanderbilt Drive. Now, this is significant because in this part of Naples, the winds right now are moving in this direction because of where you are in proximity to the hurricane. Here, let me pull this up here in this direction. So right now, if this wants to work, our winds right now are moving up in this direction as they're headed toward the north. So this is something significant because we're already seeing that surge flooding in parts of coastal Collier County as the winds move in this direction. But as you move up here toward the north and northwest, as Allison said, we're now seeing evidence of a landfall here on the Lee County barrier islands. It is just here at the top of the 12 o'clock hour, and it looks like this is the main event now for the Lee County Islands, as the potential of these catastrophic winds. I believe we have a live look at Sanibel Island, so let's take it there live if we could for a moment. That is looking live at Periwinkle Way, of course, on Sanibel Island, now experiencing the landfall of this Category 4 hurricane, a very high-end Category 4 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds right now at 155 miles per hour. Let me send things over back here in the studio over to Chief Meteorologist Allison Ray. She's at Weather Touch with Doppler 1 as our source.
Right, so they are officially making that call saying that we are making landfall. If we could go to Doppler 1 at the touch. I know we have video up, but I want to show you why they're calling that the landfall now. That landfall is occurring for Sanibel and Captiva because we have this outer band right here pushing through parts of Captiva and also parts of Pine Island at this time. It is soon going to be headed to Boca Grande. So even though the center of the storm, the actual center of low pressure, is still offshore, because that outer band, or the main band of that eye wall, is just making landfall right now. We are calling that the eye wall is making landfall right now for Sanibel and Captiva. Where does it go from there? It goes into Charlotte Harbor. It goes into Cape Coral. It goes into Placido. Now, Cape Coral, you're not going to see these real strong winds that they're seeing farther to the north. You're still seeing very powerful winds. You're still seeing 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts possible. But what you are going to see are these southerly winds just pushing more water into this region. And that's what we're going to have to monitor over the next few hours. Hopefully, anyone in Cape Coral that is in this area, far southwestern Cape, south of Veterans Parkway, is well inland and off to the north and east as this water continues to build up, especially down through parts of Sanibel, Captiva.
If I may, Control will be on camera 4 here. 2 minutes ago, the National Hurricane Center released this statement here saying that they've had reports of sustained winds of 71 miles per hour on Sanibel Island with a wind gust of 98 miles per hour, and at Redfish Pass, a sustained wind of 67 miles per hour with a wind gust of 84 miles per hour. And again, this aligns with the landfall that we're noticing now across the Sanibel Island and the western side of Lee County. If I could, why don't I send things over to my colleague at ABC7, Chief Meteorologist John Patrick. John, talk us through here as this hurricane makes landfall in Lee County. What are you seeing from your perspective?
I wanted to go a little bit farther south. You showed the camera out towards Sanibel on Periwinkle Way right now. This is a live look from Naples Grand Beach Resort, of course, well removed from where that eye wall is coming on shore over Sanibel and Captiva right now. But you can see that the storm surge, I mean, look right here. I mean, these are all areas that have inundation from the Gulf of Mexico. The water has pushed onshore because of the hurricane, even though that center of the storm is a long ways away up towards Sanibel Causeway right now. We're still seeing that storm surge, and I mean, you've got probably close to hurricane force winds here in parts of Collier County, especially along the coast. Look at that rain. It's just blowing sideways right there. So that's the view at Naples Grand Beach Resort. I also want to use live Doppler radar here and track where those winds are going in this outer rain band. And you see right there, this is what we're talking about with the landfall right there, the very inner edge of that eye wall over Sanibel Causeway right now, Cape Costa, and headed up towards Charlotte County, towards the mouth of Charlotte Harbor, and also up toward the Cape Hayes Peninsula. As I widen out here, I want you to notice that there's a lot more red over on this side than there is over on this side. There are very powerful hurricane force winds over here, but when we're talking about the 155-mile-an-hour winds, that's coming from the northwest and western side of that storm. It's a little bit lopsided as far as the eye wall winds right now, but you saw what's going on out on Sanibel right now. They're having hurricane force winds out there, and that's going to continue to track off to the northeast. So what I want to just do this live and in real time here on our Doppler radar. We're going to track the heaviest of the wind here right on this outer eye wall, and we're going to move it off to the northeast at about 9 miles an hour, the forward speed of the hurricane right now. And I'm also going to drag this out in time, because initially that goes out just to 30 minutes by default, but we're going to go out to about 120, so we're going to go out 2 hours here. So as we get through time here, again, the heaviest of the wind is in this northern eye wall. So Lokelia, 1212, that's 7 minutes from right now. You're going to start feeling, I mean, it's knocking on your doorstep right now. This is the heaviest of the wind there on that eastern side of that northern eye wall. Englewood, 136. So you have about an hour and a half, and 91 minutes to be exact for right now. As we track this continuing in that path off to the northeast at 9 miles an hour. Notice I've kind of cheated this northwest a little bit, because as Allison showed you on our live Doppler radar, tracking it hour by hour, that this has just slightly to the left or to the northwest. And that's very typical for a hurricane. When we show you a path of a hurricane or a projection of a hurricane, it takes into account all the little wobbles. That path, that line that you'll see, is just an average of the wobble. So it's very normal and very typical for a hurricane to wobble a little bit east and a little bit west as it tries to move on its path to the north-northeast. So that's why I've jogged this way just a little bit to allow for that little bit of a northwesterly jog. So again, Bokelia, 1212. Englewood up here at 136 for the strongest of those hurricane force winds to be on top of you. Of course, we have a lot of the hurricane on the east side of this as well. So we'll go ahead and track that portion of the hurricane outer bands and the outer eye wall for you. Also, we're going to continue monitoring this kind of going off towards the northeast as well. A little bit, we'll jog it that way just a little bit. And again, 9 miles movement, and we're looking at the 30-minute default. We'll put 2 hours on there. And now we're going to get some times on here like Fort Myers Beach at 12:21. So we're already starting to see some of that activity out towards Fort Myers Beach right now, as far as getting very gusty, very windy, and already we're seeing the storm surge come on shore. That's going to continue, probably the worst of it, at 12:21, so about 14 minutes from right now. Kelly Greens at 12:39, Iona 12:42, into Cape Coral at 1:16. Now I know Cape Coral is very large. I want to show you where the marker is, and it's in the central Cape. So southwestern Cape, I would back that up to right around 1 o'clock or 10 till 1 as the strongest of the winds here in the southwestern Cape. Northeastern Cape, it's going to be a little bit longer than that, more towards 1:30, 1:45. Burnstorm Marina at 1:18, and that's right here. So again, we're looking at that line of the strongest winds kind of on the eastern side of that outer eye wall to track off to the north and northeast, and headed, of course, up towards Charlotte County. This side of the eye wall already making landfall. That's going to continue to come on shore as we go through the afternoon. This area right in here that I just tracked for you is the strongest of the winds that will affect southwest Florida, the strongest of the winds of the hurricane, those 150, 155 mile an hour winds. Those are thankfully going to stay offshore. So let's go back over to NBC2 and Allison and Rob.
Right. Thank you, JP. I do want to show you a couple of things here with the wind speeds that you just touched on. Let's actually pull up our AWS computer, if we could, into the touch here. I want to show you an updated wind gust we've seen out towards Sanibel, 99 miles per hour.
Holy cow.
And that is that highest wind gust. So when we see the estimates on radar, these are coming to fruition on the actual observing site. So that is an actual observation of 99 miles per hour. We do have a live shot of Sanibel. Let's take it. Let's see what the conditions look like out at Sanibel. So Periwinkle Way, in Casa Eva West. So the water, you can start to see, if you look back off to the west there, if you could take it full screen, I just want to show people that off to the west, there's a building there. I'm not sure if it's a home, it looks like a business, a bit of a strip mall there. You can see the water levels starting to rise in that parking lot there, and the water will continue to move on in over Periwinkle Way. So you can see the winds, the camera itself is moving, and then also the signs are moving as well. Now let's go back to Doppler 1 in the touch, and the winds that JP did touch on, they're going to continue, especially here through Captiva and Sanibel. So we're seeing radar estimates of 130 miles per hour, and then we're getting those actual reports of 99. So not too far off here by any means. So we're in a little bit of a weird spot right here. Sometimes when it gets on the edge of it, what can happen is if that radar beam goes out, and then when it goes back, it catches the same droplet of water. It might give you kind of a messy reading because there's too much going on. So that's what we're seeing in that banding right there. But this will continue to move on in. So areas in Cape Coral and North Fort Myers, it's not unreasonable to have wind gusts 80, 85 miles per hour with sustained winds 60 to even up to 70. This is such a powerful storm, especially on the back edge of this pushing. And what we did mention was that earlier, 1 hour ago, it was moving at 10 miles per hour. That little bit of a wobble, now it's at 9 miles per hour. Not much of a difference, but it's noteworthy that it's slowed down 1 mile per hour, because we want this to keep on moving at this point to get out of here. So we are going to be tracking that water continue to rise. We've been looking at some of our cameras, and there are people outside, and I can't stress it. Powerful storm. You don't want to mess with 100-mile-per-hour winds. You cannot withstand what could head your way. You might be able to take the wind itself, but something flying through the wind, hitting you in the head, that's going to be the dangerous part of these storms, and especially into the water as well. There could be things flying around there as well. What are we looking at? Rob has images from, this is downtown Fort Myers.
Compelling here. I mean, we've had reports now of 99-mile-per-hour wind gusts in the city of Fort Myers. You were looking live at Doppler 2 as our source here. Just take it full as a live look from the River District in downtown Fort Myers. That would be at Doppler 2 is the source full. This is a live look again at the River District in downtown Fort Myers. In points south of this at the Sanibel Harbor area, we've now had confirmed wind gusts of 99 miles per hour in the past half an hour. And if you look live here from the top of the radar tower in the city of Fort Myers, you can see for yourself how bad the weather is right now, as intense winds are pushing across the city of Fort Myers. Wind gusts in excess of 100 miles per hour are possible inside the next hour as this hurricane makes landfall here in the western side of Lee County on the Lee County Islands. One more look here at this confirmed wind gust report. That again was at the Sanibel Harbor Yacht Club. That was a 99-mile-per-hour wind gust. And right now they have sustained winds out of the southeast at 62 miles per hour there in that part of Fort Myers. We have sustained winds out of the east-northeast at 52 miles an hour in Punta Gorda. And we have sustained winds from the southeast at 40 miles an hour in the city of Naples. When it comes to radar, I'm going to ask if we could take this full, and I'm going to walk over to the chroma wall, so we'll need the interactive hand tracker tool. For the area on the leading edge of the eye wall that Chief Meteorologist John Patrick showed you just a few minutes ago. And again, we need Doppler 2 full screen of the wall here. This is again is the leading edge of the eye wall. We'll need, so it's easier to see these at home. I need this to be full screen, please. Thank you. This again is the leading edge of the eye wall. So the most intense winds with this Category 4 hurricane in excess of 140 miles an hour are moving in this direction here. So Placida by 1249, Rotunda West by 1257, Rotunda by 109, Manasota Key by 120, Englewood by 138, and El Jobim by 152. We're going to be as verbal as we can here over the next several hours because, as we mentioned, a lot of people are now without electricity, and we are simulcasting our coverage on the radio. Sunny 6.3 is the one that comes to mind, but there's a number of other radio stations within the BZ Media Network that we are continuing. Oh, here it is. One moment. So the radio stations that we're currently simulcasting on include 98.9, 101.9, 104.7, 106.3, and 96.1. Thank you very much for that information, Kelly. If you're in the western side of Charlotte County or the northwest side of Lee County, you are going to lose electricity in the next few hours as the most intense part of this hurricane eye wall can lift to the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. So I'll read off those arrival times again. 12:49 for Placida. The current time is 12:14. We're looking for arrival at 109 in Rotunda, 120 in Manasota Key, 138 in Englewood, and 152 in El Jobim. Let's see if we're in a good place where we can identify some of these wind velocities here. And I'm going to erase this storm track so it's a little clearer for you to see. And again, remember that perspective-wise here, we're looking at the beam height. So this is up and above the surface of the water. But right now, the radar is showing evidence of winds well in excess of 100 miles per hour. That there would be pegged at 105. This here would be pegged at 101. And this here will be pegged at, 13, but, you got to give it a little bit of a give and take here because we're talking about some pretty specific pixel query points. The point here, though, is that the most intense part of this hurricane is on this part of the eye wall here in this northern section. This is the worst part of the whole storm right here, and this is what is lifting to the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. And again, moving to this northwest section of Lee County and areas of the western side of Charlotte County, as now we have a confirmed landfall of Hurricane Ian as a Category 4 hurricane on the western coast of Lee County and areas closer to Sanibel Island. If we can lapse the radar, you'll notice that this is moving along slowly. Forward speed again is only at 9 miles an hour, so we are just beginning the worst of this now as the hurricane makes this landfall and continues to very, very slowly crawl across communities in western Lee County and eventually portions of western Charlotte County. But this also means that the most intense winds are probably going to be with our neighborhoods in areas of Lee County and western Charlotte County over the next 3 hours. So if you live in western Charlotte, if you live in western Lee, the time to be hunkered down in the safest part of your home is right now. That means in the most interior section of your home, away from windows, and ideally on the lowest floor of your home. You're talking about winds that are well stronger than what we can see during a tornado. So assume and act as if this was a tornado right over top of your house. That's where you need to be to stay safe if you're choosing to ride out this hurricane in your home, especially right now in the western side of Lee County and the western side of Charlotte County. And something else that's jumping out here too is the uptick in the lightning. Remember that tropical systems do not bring a lot of lightning because they are warm core. They don't have the cold air aloft like we do with the sea breeze downpours and thunderstorms. So you oftentimes don't see very much in the way of lightning. But in the past 15 minutes, we have now had 59 cloud to water lightning strikes. When you see an uptick or a burst in the lightning count, especially around an eye wall, it's an indication of a very strong feature in the atmosphere. And when you see excess winds confirmed at more than 100 miles an hour, this is just what we have to be prepared for here as we ride out the landfall of this hurricane. Again, in the western side of Lee County and eventually pushing toward the western side of Charlotte County. We'll zoom in here on the map. If you still have electricity in your homes to see some of these neighborhoods, this would include the Cape Peninsula, areas especially along to the west of Port Charlotte. That's where the worst of the winds will arrive initially. And then as long as it continues on that north to northeast movement, it will move fairly similar up to along US 17, which means areas like Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Lake Susie, Port Ogden, Arcadia, all in line with the potential of some serious wind damage as the eye of this hurricane makes landfall in the western side of Lee County over Sanibel Island and then continues to drift here toward the north-northeast. If I could, is ABC7 Chief Meteorologist John Patrick available? All right, I'm going to pass things over for just for a moment to John. John, what are you seeing from your angle?
All right, and show you here the Naples Grand Camera. We showed this a few moments ago, and since we showed it, we've seen this water pile up even more. I know we're talking about Sanibel, we're talking about Captiva. 99-mile-an-hour wind gusts out on Sanibel Island, clocked just a few minutes ago. But I want to show you that this storm surge event is not going to be confined to Charlotte and Lee County. This is happening right now in Collier County. And I want to go ahead on this camera while I've got it up here and see if I can zoom out even more so we can get kind of a wide view of the storm surge as it's happening here. And the problem with coming out this wide is sometimes you get rain on the camera and it's tough to see, but I want to show you this because you can see the flooding here going on all of this area here around the Naples Grand Beach Resort. Plus, on top of this, you can see that it's raining very heavily here right now. So this has been our big concern, and now it's happening. You can see, I'm going to show this particular street here because you can see water's coming up here a few feet on this street here, and even some of these two-story houses that you can see here. Look how far up the water is on this house and on this house. That whole entire street is experiencing flooding right now in a major way, and that's going to continue. This is not going to let up. That storm surge is going to get even higher as we go through time. As long as we can keep those winds on shore, this is going to continue wrapping around Hurricane Ian. Let me get out of that screen and we'll go back to our live radar here. I want to clear that off because we want to go ahead and continue tracking in real time here this outer eye wall. And you heard Rob talk about the uptick in lightning. Right now, we're down a few, down to 55 from 59. Rob talked to you a couple of minutes ago. But this eye wall, and you also notice that the red has built back a little bit over St. James City and Flamingo Bay here and on Captiva Island. So now that eye wall, those heavier thunderstorms and that gustier hurricane wind, that's built back a little bit here toward the eastern side of that eye wall. The western side here on this lopsided storm is still the strongest, but you can see that with that lightning and those storms and that convection, that indicates very rapidly rising motion within this eye wall, and that's creating those thunderstorms and that cold air that is looming there and producing those lightning strikes here. But let's go ahead and show you here in a close view of our map here. There's Flamingo Bay. That area is, you saw 99-mile-an-hour wind gusts on Captiva Island, Flamingo Bay, probably getting the same right now. There's Captiva, Sanibel. As you approach Lighthouse Beach and Fort Myers Beach, the wind may lighten up just a little bit down through here, but it's still going to be hurricane force. Keep in mind, hurricane is 75 when you round the weather, or the Hurricane Center will usually round to either a 5 or a 0. So for all intents and purposes, it's 75 and above those hurricane force winds, and we're still seeing that here, even though we're not in the red. This is going to be your 90, 100 plus mile-an-hour winds up here in that red area. So let's go ahead and track this as it continues to move on shore. Now that it's strengthened just a little bit, it's continuing to move off to the northeast right now at about 9 miles an hour. So we'll go ahead and move it something like that. We're going to get Matt Lachey in here at 12:43. So our time right now is 12:21. I'll extend this out to 120 minutes. So that will be the next 2 hours. And again, we're tracking just this portion of the eye wall. That gets into Matt Lachey, as I mentioned here, at 12:43. Englewood at 1:21, so that's about an hour from right now. South Venice at 1:49. We're in Storm Arena at 1:52. Venice at 2:06, and Northport at 2:17. So let me go ahead and repeat that one more time if you're listening on our radio partners across the FM dial here. Matt Lachey, 12:43. Englewood, 1:21. South Venice, 1:49. We're in Storm Arena, 1:52. Venice at 2:06. Northport at 2:17. So that's the nastiest of the wind, those areas I just mentioned, as this eye wall comes on shore. But we're still going to see hurricane force winds, again, pounding Sanibel and Fort Myers Beach and all the way down to Bonita Beach, and the wind direction is coming right on shore. So as I showed you, even though the storm and the worst winds up here at Sanibel, Captiva, and the Cape Hayes Peninsula, Lee and Charlotte County, you're still seeing that storm surge all the way through Naples. We're probably seeing some on Marco Island and all the way through southern Collier County because of the direction of that wind and that push of water from the Gulf of Mexico on shore. And this, unfortunately, is going to continue until we can get that storm far away from us here in southwest Florida. Going to send it back over to NBC2, Allison.
We're
and
across the
Rob over
bridge
there.
just in case it
Thanks,
does
JP.
take that more and
Exactly
more
what you
than
were
normal.
saying. We're seeing that
But we'll
storm
probably get back
surge
over the
into parts of North Naples. We're getting those onshore winds, and we're getting video. So a couple of things
It's
to show
not
you
that
here.
windy
This
yet.
North Naples, this is near Vanderbilt Beach.
It'll
And keep in mind,
pick
I
up
can
pretty
take
quick
this
there.
full just so I can give you the
Especially once
perspective of
inner
how
oil
deep this
gets up
water
here.
is and how it's still going to get even higher. We're not done with the onshore winds for Naples just yet. So this is Vanderbilt Beach Road. We're seeing that
like it's
heavy
kinda
rain
wobbling
starting
back east
to
in the last
increase
couple
near
of
the
days.
cars and near some of the homes. Then also, and this is going to be something, and I said this is why you don't want to be out in the water. I don't know if that is a dolphin, but to me it looks like a shark. I'm no marine biologist, but that does not look like something you want to be nearby. So we're going to have that as well. This is Devonwood. This is pretty far inland. So this is what we're going to be dealing with. The wildlife is following the water. There will be fish. There will be apparently sharks, and we have a lot of moving water here. But I also want to show you, and this is why I said don't go to the beach. Let's go to our
When this
Naples
sidewalk
pier.
gets due south of
We
this,
are
then
not
I'll
far
do a little bit more
from
safe,
that
but
pier being underwater.
almost there.
Okay, so think about that. That pier will be easily damaged or taken away if that water continues to rise just another couple of feet. The cement pilings will be there, but that wood will easily be knocked around, and you can even see it on the far distance. You can barely see the edge of that pier. And now we're seeing the waves crash over. So the water's not done rising yet. We still have a couple more hours to go. This is going to be substantial because we just saw people out there a while ago. I'm sure someone,
Give it a little while
official
longer, I
probably
guess.
brought them back on land because it was getting so dangerous out there. But we can't see the edge of the pier. The water will continue to rise. Keep sending us our videos, but don't go outside. We don't need to be out into those elements. Just stay safely in your home.
Maybe not.
Rob, what are you tracking on First Live Doppler? This hasn't moved too much just yet. We're still seeing it kind of wobble just off the coastlines. I wish it was moving a little bit faster, but unfortunately it's not. Actually, let's go to our AWS computer. Keith, if I can just, I'm going to step up and see what Keith is, our producer, getting some more video. And where is this from? Periwinkle. Okay, so let's go to our AWS computer. This is Periwinkle. This is Sanibel. Remember, we were saying that water's going to rise. Now it's rapidly rising, and it's moving fast. So that's the fear that we're expecting. This is why there's evacuations or orders for parts of Sanibel and Casiva, because it is not going to be easy to get off the island for a while now until those waters recede. If we go back to the Medo computer with that Naples pier, the water's getting even higher. Just within the past 2 minutes, the waves are becoming more intense. And again, storm surge is not a tidal wave. These are just waves from the ocean pushing on in as it continues to get higher and higher and push in. And I think those are some mangroves in its way. The water may easily come up over those mangroves and push into places like Fifth Avenue, into Naples. And downtown Fort Myers, Rob, are we seeing rain flooding there?
Jumping a few things for the moment here, Allison. If we could take it down to full, let's take it full so that you can see things a little easier here. It looks like we still have electricity right now in the downtown river district, but it does look like we've lost at least one of those royal palms that's up near where the Preliminary Hotel is at. I'm also in contact with my neighbors. My neighbor in a grade just sent this video from his balcony. He says that power is now out in this part of Estero along Corkscrew Road. As you can see how fast the winds are pushing around there in that part of Lee County, which is well away from where the actual eye is, which has been, of course, making landfall in areas of Sanibel Island inside the past half an hour. We're also keeping tabs. We have electricity. We're going to keep showing these cameras as much as we can so that you have an eyesight on the ground here. This, again, is a live look from Punta Gorda, and think about how this has evolved in the past half an hour. Toward the top of the hour, we were able to see dry ground in that part of the Peace River, and now the winds have picked up just so much the water is pushing back to the west. Now, this is still an offshore wind in this part of Charlotte County, so this means it's an offshore wind pushing water out of the Peace River and out of Charlotte Harbor. That's significant because that's the opposite direction for a storm surge event in areas of like where mainland Charlotte County is at. All right, so that video, or that live camera that you saw just a moment ago, I'm going to zoom in here real close so you can see it, is here off of Marion Avenue. So So right now, the water in the Peace River is moving in this general direction because it's moving around the eye of Hurricane Ian, which right now is located right here. All right, so for the time being, we still have this offshore wind in Charlotte County that's encouraging the water to get pulled offshore and toward the Gulf of Mexico. Eventually, though, as the eye of the hurricane continues to move to the north-northeast, it looks like the center of it is eventually going to go right over top of Charlotte Harbor, as again it moves to the north-northeast only at 9 miles an hour. So the main concern in the next half an hour is what's happening right here in the brunt of this eye wall. And to make this a little easier to see, I'm going to ask that we send the control room over to the weather wall, so we'll need the weather camera adjusted. Just give me a moment to do. So here's again the perspective of what we have with live Doppler radar. I just want to make sure that if you are riding out this hurricane in the western side of Charlotte County, it's about to go downhill big time in the next hour. The storm is not moving very fast. Again, it's only moving to the north-northeast at 9 miles an hour. So communities that are about to get hit by the eye wall here inside the next 30 minutes would include these communities that are up, of course, against the immediate coastline. Minnesota Key, Rotunda, Cape Hayes, and Placida. And then it's basically moving over top of the Gasparilla area. And as you notice for yourself here, Boca Grande and Port Boca Grande are in the middle of the eye wall here. All right, so I'm understanding from our producer that we have a live perspective from Englewood Beach. And Englewood, you know, is up here off of London Bay. Let's just take the camera forward. We don't need to see that radar image on the side. Just take the camera forward if we could. So that is it from our partners at EarthCam. You're looking from the Englewood area toward the Gulf of Mexico. And remember that the winds are still offshore in this part of Englewood. So there's more beach now than there is on just a regular day, because look at how the winds are blowing those trees around. The air is moving from land and toward water. So it's pushing the water away from Englewood Bay. Eventually, as the winds wrap around the hurricane, though, the risk of storm surge is going to increase in parts of Lee County and in areas of Charlotte County. Now, if we can come back down here to the weather wall, I wanted to touch base on the storm surge issue, because Kelly Burns has been in communication with some photographers in the Naples area. We continue to see saltwater forming right now in parts of the Naples Park area and what is it, Commerce. And this is here to the east of Nashville Sound and to the west of Nashville. And it's not flooding here in these two regions in those Naples area. So this is not going to be an area that has the worst storm surge, because for the time being, the winds over this part of Naples are actually moving in this direction, so they're almost going to parallel to shore. The worst storm surge is not going to be in areas where you see a wind that was parallel to shore. The worst storm surge is going to be in areas where the wind collides with the land, and that's going to hit the more here across the Stanley Bay. You see how the way the shoreline is shaped here in this part of Lee County? As the onshore winds continue to push the water in that direction, it will help to fill up the Stanley Bay, and that is one of the risks of significant and historic storm surges possible in areas like Fort Myers Beach over the next few hours. As these winds align here, as the National Hurricane Center has been trying to convey, the possibility of more than 12 feet of saltwater flooding is possible on Estero Island should these winds align and stay onshore long enough to push that much saltwater here up and over the seawalls and onto what is normally dry ground. The area that we have to be most concerned about right now, and the area where there is going to be devastating wind damage in areas of Lee County and western Charlotte County, and that is because, again, our eye wall is now moving onshore across the western side of Lee County. I know there's a lot of folks who are watching in Cape Coral, so why don't we zoom in here a bit closer to Cape Coral. And folks, if you're in the Cape, right now,
far away.
JP Park here, just to the north of the Cape Coral Bridge in the southeast corner of the city. Right now, if you're in Cape Coral, you're about 6.5 miles away from the brunt of this eye wall that is moving to the north-northeast. So again, there could be substantial wind damage as this eye wall of the hurricane continues to move across areas of eventually western and northwestern Cape Coral.
Well, we're familiar with that.
more elongated, but it's not moving very fast. We are seeing the outer bands starting to push on shore. That official landfall is there for Sanibel and Captiva, but we're not seeing any great movement over the past half hour at the actual center of the storm pushing on shore. So unfortunately, until we see great movement in this these southerly winds are going to continue. That water level that we see in
Those cranes gonna come down?
is going to increase.
No? You don't think so?
It will substantially increase, maybe even over another foot or so. And roads will be completely inaccessible if they already are. So another area that will continue to see the water rise is going to be Pine Island. The Mesoborticine Bridge will be, I wish we had a camera there to see how that was developing as well.
Further west a bit, but
Just the entire water table of where Florida is going to be so saturated. So the water, as these networks kind of work together, it will just slowly rise across all of, especially our coastal communities. Even if the onshore winds aren't even in your region, just the water tables will continue to push up farther to the north. What we're also seeing is out through Rotunda and the Cape Hayes Peninsula, you are just minutes away from the winds getting very strong. If you're in the Cape Hayes Peninsula, from Rotunda, Placido, Rotunda West, even up through Charlotte, you need to be making sure you know where you want to be in your home, where's the safest spot in your home. These strong winds are going to be moving into your region. Later on this evening, as this band of thunderstorms on the far northwest side starts to push on in, say north of Venice, in this trajectory across the northeast, that's where that heavy rain is coming from. The problem with this hurricane, like many of things, is that the west side has just as many threats as the east side, and we're getting into that. So it's continue to push on in up through parts of the Tampa region. That rainfall total, that rain band will continue to push on in. They will see substantial rain flooding on top of the other flooding as well. I'm sorry, what did you say? Where do we? Live look at Sanibel. Okay, let's take a look at that. Live look at Sanibel, the flooding there. It's just getting higher and higher. I think we saw this a little bit ago, and I could see the bottom of those windows back off to the north and the far northwest part of the screen. I could see more of those doors, and now they're starting to increase. I mean, just this water's just rushing on in, and it's just still spinning out there. I think, do we have JP over onto the ABC side tracking? Okay, I'm going to toss it over to Chief Meteorologist John Patrick at ABC7. What are you tracking now?
Well, we pulled up the public camera here from Shorefront Health, Short Point Health, I should say, and we noticed some really blinding rain and some really gusty wind conditions blowing here over the past 5 to 10 minutes. And you can actually see, we can actually see across the Peace River now. That was not the case a few moments ago. So that eye wall, which is over Sanibel and Captiva, it's moving off to the northeast, so we can see, well, the camera just froze there. We have been seeing off and on these gusts that are blowing the water right down the Peace River, and we're going to continue to see that
You're lining it up better.
The wind must have knocked that out already because we don't get any data from there. Can't still working, so that's at least something. But you see that easterly wind right now, and that's in real time. That's 46 miles per hour there at Charlotte High School. We've already seen a gust at 80 miles per hour. So that easterly wind is pushing that water out toward the Gulf of Mexico
so
right
close
now.
together where they're
Just bumped up to 64. After the center of that storm passes by, we're going to see this jump around to the west. It's going to come from the complete opposite direction.
very big.
And that's going to take all that water that's been drained or continues to be drained out of the Peace River. It's going to push it all the way back up. And then it's going to drag in some water from the Gulf of Mexico on top of that. So that's the storm surge that has not started yet in Charlotte's county along the Peace River. But after that storm center passes by, it is going to start. We're already seeing some storm surge in parts of Naples, around the Naples Grand, because the center is already by those areas, and that wind is already onshore. I'm going to go ahead to, let's do a links line over here, and we'll show you here. This is the Naples Grand Beach Resort. I've been monitoring this camera because this is fascinating and not in a good way. This is what I'm talking about. The winds are already coming onshore across Collier County and parts of southern Lee County. So this is what we're seeing right now in real time. It's still windy, but the main thing now here in Collier County is going to be the water coming onshore. And you can see the houses here right near the Naples Grand Beach Resort are flooding right now because of that storm surge. I want to go ahead to our radar here. We're going to stay on this same computer. I'm going to go into our analysis mode here. And the lightning strikes have gone down. Earlier when I spoke to you, and I paid attention because Robin mentioned it, we had 59 lightning strikes, and now we're down to 28 within the last 15 minutes. But all of those lightning strikes are here kind of on that northeastern side of the eye wall. So this is still a very active and developing area of the eye wall. We have noticed about an hour ago the red cut off right about here. But with all that lightning that has popped over the last hour or so, we're starting to see it backbuild here now, down through Pine Island. The lightning is about to Flamingo Bay right there, not quite down to St. James City. But we've noticed this red area. These are the gustiest of winds, at least on this side of the storm. We've noticed that build and get a little stronger. We're getting images of the 99-mile-per-hour wind gusts we had there at Sanibel Harbor on the Fort Myers side of the Causeway. And we're continuing to see that. And as we track this over the next couple of hours, that's going to continue through the afternoon. I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to do a couple of tracks here because this eastern side of the eyeball here is kind of split up a little bit. So what I want to do is track this at 9 miles an hour off to the north-northeast, that initial little line, and it gets into Englewood here at 1:04 this afternoon. We're going to go on 120 minutes there. That'll give us 2 hours worth of times here. So as we go, and again, I'm tracking just this little area right here of the eye wall. We'll get to this one in a moment. Englewood at 103, South Venice at 135, Port Charlotte at 157, Venice at 159, and Northport at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So it's 1:42 right now. Got about 20 minutes in Englewood until this initial portion of the eye wall gets to you. 135 there in South Venice, and then Port Charlotte at 157, downtown Venice at 159, Northport at 2 o'clock. And now I'm going to do a track for this other portion of the eye wall because this is going to contain some of the heaviest of the wind. So it's going to kind of be a 1-2 punch. You'll get this initial eye wall, you'll get a little bit of a break, and then the second portion, I don't want to start that again, the second portion of this is going to come through some even gustier winds. So I'm going to take this and drag it off at 9 miles an hour off to the north. Technically, we've noticed them jog to the north-northwest, but we'll split the difference between the advisory to the north-northeast and what we've been noticing on radar off to the north-northwest. We'll go ahead and drag this out again, 120 minutes. So then, after that first initial line, Englewood 140, South Venice at 2:30 this afternoon. So as I mentioned, it's going to be a 1-2 punch with this portion of the eye wall, unless something changes and this fills in over the next several minutes. That's what we're looking at right now. We're also tracking this area moving off to the north-northeast as well. That's going to affect portions of Lee County. So let's go ahead and do a track for that little area on our live radar. and we'll go ahead and track from the south side of Pine Islands. We'll do it something like that, and then we'll go 9 miles an hour, and that's going to put it into Pineland here at 1248. Into Port Boca Grande at 1250 and Lochilia at 108. So those are the areas where this portion of the eye wall, as you get towards more towards the center where the eye is, that's going to be the heaviest of the wind right in here, moving off to the northeast. So those are the areas, again, Pineland 1248, Port Boca Grande at 1250, and Lochilia at 108. And while I have you here for a moment, I want to talk about our radio partners here that we are simulcasting on right now. So if something happens and the power loses, it goes out in your area, you have an option to get our NBC2 and our ABC7 news apps. We have live streams on there with video. But then if you want to conserve your cell phone battery, you want to go to the radio, and those are 98.9 WGUF, Gator Country 101.9, 104.7 The Mix. We're also on Sunny 106.3 and 96 K-Rock, which is at 96.1. All those FM frequencies are carrying our signal right now, and I know B103.9 is as well. That's another one on the list there. So those are the FM radio stations you can listen to our coverage here from ABC7 and NBC2.
Okay, thank you, JP. We're going to continue to monitor these rain, and I also want to go to right now. So we're live in the camera here. We're going to give you a perspective behind the scenes of what we're doing here in the studio. We have 2 studios keeping you up to date of how this storm is pushing on in. Let's go to a live look out at Sanibel. Conditions continue to see the waters rise in parts of Sanibel. Now, all right, here it is. So this is a live picture of the waters continuing to rise. What's going to happen in Sanibel momentarily? The rain is starting to let up. That's rainfall. Actually, the eye of the storm will begin to move into Sanibel momentarily within just a few minutes. But that does not mean the waters won't continue to rise. The southerly winds on the east side of that eye of the storm are going to continue to push more and more water into our region. We're also getting some video in from Cape Coral. We're going to have that too coming up a little bit later, that of substantial water beginning to increase. I know in my neighborhood up in North Fort Myers, and a couple images of some trees down as well. So this is becoming a very, if it was not dangerous last night, this is beyond getting very life-threatening with the amount of water that we're seeing increase across the region. Let's go to First Alert Live Doppler here. Like I mentioned, Captiva and Sanibel, the light rain is starting to move on in, but the threats are far from over. The threats will continue into the evening until we are done with these onshore winds. Might take a little bit of a break here or there if the winds let up, especially through the eye, but it's going to continue. One thing I want to point out to you, though, and JP was pointing at this band of rain, this heavy rain. This is about 12 miles wide. And remember, the storm is moving less than that. It's moving about 9 miles per hour. So you're going to be dealing with the heavy rain, the heaviest rain that we have. Also, the lightning and the strongest winds for well over an hour for parts of Lochilia, Pineland, Pirate Harbor. It's moving into your region momentarily. Charlotte Harbor, here comes the rain. I know Charlotte Harbor, though the water from the harbor started to move out, this is going to be moving back in once this eye passes. That water will come back in a hurry. So Birdstorm Marina, we have you at 107. Pirate Harbor, I'm going to step over on this side of the screen at 121, pushing on in. I am going to zoom farther south because we are focusing on where the highest winds are right now. That doesn't mean that's the only threat on the map, on the table here. Rotunda 1250, you're going to have the winds continue to pick up. You're just starting to see. I have this on a time lapse for the past hour. Rotunda, you're going to start to see the heaviest bands of rain and the strongest winds. You're on the eye of the storm here, pushing on in Port Charlotte. 218. It's going to take that long to go up into Port Charlotte. 218. That's how slow the storm is moving, from 10 to 9 miles per hour. What's going to be good to see here, another piece of information that we can gather coming up in just about 12 minutes south as well. We're getting a lot of reports into Fort Myers, even near 41, parts of Naples, North Naples, Marco Island. Naples Pier is basically underwater. We've lost the camera feed to the Naples Pier because of how strong those winds are.
that water will continue to increase. The flood advisories continue, and this water will work its way inland. As the water continues to rise, it has nowhere else to go but to continue to push inland. So areas west of 41 need to start thinking of a plan. There's no escaping the water at this point, so think about going up. If you start to see the water become too much to handle, you want to go upwards in your house, even if that means that you might have to do a little climbing. We're going to be running into issues within the next few hours. The problem I'm concerned about, and Rob Duns has a look at some of these water levels coming up. What I'm concerned about, Rob, is that we're not even at landfall. We're a few hours from the back edge of this eye of the storm making its way on Sanibel Causeway. So it's going to be another few hours of these levels just moving up even higher and higher.
If I may, think of in proximity to where the eye of this, think about yourself in proximity to where the eye of the hurricane is. If you're in Charlotte County, the winds are still blowing offshore. But if you're in Naples, the storm surge event is starting right now. And if I could ask the control room to take the Doppler 2 graphic source, this here is a look at the gauge that we have available to us from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration that shows the water levels at Naples Bay. And as you'll notice, we already have a storm surge event right now where the water levels are up to 5 feet. That is major flooding status here for this part of Naples Bay. The blue line shows you where the predicted or typical water levels will be for this period of time. Notice how we're approaching a high tide cycle here in this part of Naples that is making the storm surge worse, and we have measured the water levels right here at NBC2 and ABC7 as all Cape Coral. This was sent to us from NBC2 and ABC7 viewer Kevin Brand. Kevin didn't say exactly where he was in the city of Cape Coral, but obviously up against one of the city's beautiful canals that it is known for. And again, we're starting to see some damage to some of these boats. And, it's so understandable considering what's going on. The eye of this Category 4 hurricane is just west of the city of Cape Coral right now and is producing damaging wind gusts that we're going to be moving across the western side of Lee and the western side of Charlotte County. This is also some awfully scary video. This here sent to NBC2 and ABC7 viewer Joe. Joe didn't say specifically where he was. All I know is the zip code, and the zip code comes in from what's considered northwest Cape Coral and the Matlacha area. So as evidence here, based on where he is, he's obviously very close to the water. You can see for yourself how that's blowing around the trees. You can see for yourself the very chopped up waters here. Could the producer repeat that, please? Let's take one more live look here at Englewood Beach. And again, that's significant because as I mentioned to you, in Charlotte County, your winds are still offshore in areas like Englewood Beach. So in what we're seeing there, the waters are pushing offshore, moving away from the beach. But that will change here as the eye of the hurricane continues to move to the north-northeast at 9 miles an hour. Now, I showed you just a moment ago that's a very compelling video from the Matlacha and northwest Cape Coral area. If I could ask the control room to switch up sources, we're going to want to go back to Doppler 2. We're going to go to the weather wall. I'm going to use the interactive hand tracker, so give me a moment to switch up the weather clickers here. We can help evaluate your that video I showed you just a moment ago, again, it came in from the zip code here in Northwest Cape and over toward the Matlacha area. And that was before this moved in. This is the brunt of the eye wall now, moving across the northern end of Pine Island, across Matlacha, and now stretching across the extreme northwest corner of the city of Cape Coral. So if you're in these areas across western Lee and eventually here, the southern and western portions of Charlotte County, the brunt of the eye wall continues to crawl in your direction to the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. So if we could just do some storm tracking here in just a few select communities, we'll pull out the storm track tool. We'll put this on the lee edge of the brunt of the eye wall. Again, movement as you know. What are you talking about? I love that. You're like most Americans.
John, hay lugares como
Too many.
Here in the backyard, it's really ridiculous.
Around the entire area, so those points of distribution could vary.
Advice just for you, my nigga.
Stays fresh, rubbed in 25.
Yeah. That's it. This poor guy,
emergency officials or anyone there. I don't believe that we have here on the anchor desk. We can have the newsroom try to get a look into that for you to see if they have any updates. But I would assume that emergency officials there are still hunkered down because of the dangerous weather, and perhaps they don't have anybody out there who's actually doing any surveying of any type.
Right, and just to confirm, these are live pictures that we're looking at. So if you've been comparing the tiki huts in the water and the level as we have been going through and showing these, it does appear to be not quite as high as it was last time, but as you heard Gail say, it's coming in and lapping up over the pools. It also looks like it is closer to the hotel.
Yeah, we don't want to paint the picture that it's better, but it's hard for us to tell because the pictures that sometimes are not as clear. Matt, I understand Matt is getting us an update here. He's got some new information that he wants to pass along as we look at Hurricane Ian here on Wind Doppler 3X.
Okay, I just got a wind gust to 113 miles an hour at the Naples Grand Beach Resort. 113 miles an hour, that is the highest wind gust of the day so far. A storm surge of 5 to 6 feet has been reported in Naples, and that is the highest that they have ever recorded since data has been kept at that particular site, and it is a foot higher than Hurricane Irma.
Wow. And again, we're still waiting for high tide to come. So, okay, back to Sanibel. And wow, hard to tell at the camera about the camera angle, but just look at the rushing water at Periwinkle and Casa Isabel and Sanibel.
White caps on the road.
At the intersection, right. That's none of that is supposed to happen.
No.
So it's just flowing by. And that was one of the things last time we took this picture live that was so striking, at least to me, was how quickly the water's moving, not just rising, but clearly moving fast.
And Chris, to your point much earlier today, the water is filled with debris, filled with snakes, filled with gators. We're here on Sanibel where we know there's a wildlife preserve that's filled with alligators and snakes and other things. And so the island is not a safe place to be. Fortunately, we heard from the mayor when she was evacuating last night. She left many of her residents were leaving. They knew it was hard to leave their beautiful island, but they knew it was the right thing to do. That the storm surge was just too much of a danger for them to wait this out, and we're seeing that all come to fruition today, unfortunately.
This has been the what if storm that since I've lived here, everybody's talking about. Well, what if it happens this way, and what if it happens this way, and it is happening that way now, and we're seeing not only the wind but the water, and it's not going to be a short event either. It's a massive storm.
So we're coming up almost on 1 o'clock, and our staff of meteorologists are continuing to monitor what's coming in, of course, from the National Hurricane Center and everyone else. And so, Dylan, what do you expect from them at this point? When we have a hurricane so close to the coast, do you get any more detail from the National Hurricane Center about what's happening here?
Well, I just wanted to make a point, too, just to piggyback on what Matt was just saying. That Naples wind gust to 112 miles per hour, that wasn't even in the eye wall.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's going to be significantly stronger winds likely occurring within that ring of yellow and red surrounding the eye. That's the eye wall. So those winds, though, too, are moving northward. So Bonita Springs, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and Port Charlotte, expect those wind gusts over 100 miles per hour to begin moving in. And I can tell you, just from personal experience being outside, the hurricane conditions have arrived here in downtown Fort Myers. So the power outages are going to start, and we're going to see those spread throughout the afternoon.
Okay, yeah, we have seen a lot of people reporting power outages.
More and more now, too, since we put a few of them on the air. Buckingham's, at least the folks writing in still have power, but everybody's getting ready to either go to generator if they have that, or just be ready to be without power.
We'll continue to try to get information for you on that from both FPL and LCEC, so you have an update of just how widespread it is. You're not alone at this point, and it's going to grow, but we've heard from the power companies that it's sometimes very difficult in the height of the storm for them to get real accurate measurements, but we'll continue to check that for you and pass those numbers along to you as soon as we get them.
Yep, everybody's got to wait till it's kind of over right now. We want to get over top of the hour, 1 o'clock. We want to get over to our chief meteorologist, Matt Devitt, for the latest coming in on this storm. We get hourly updates now, so let's check in with Matt.
Okay, so here's going to be the 1 p.m. update. Same strength and pretty much the same stats. It is just getting closer and closer with the center of the eye pushing on shore as it's pushing north-northeast at about 9 miles an hour, almost a Category 5 as the significant wind continues to push on shore. As myself and Dylan had noted, wind gusts so far, 112 has been the highest of the day. But I want to show you at the moment right now some of the wind speeds that are being picked up on Wink Live Doppler 3X. And I'll show you previously what he was picking up on. Let me show you now. And where you see these brighter colors, where it really means business is where you see the pink and the white. There's the northern part of the eye wall, and then here's going to be the southern and eastern part of the eye wall. So I want to take this opportunity to sample both of those areas, which are only about 1,000 or 2,000 feet up, and we very well could bring that wind down towards the surface. So analyzing some of the wind speeds, there's 152, and this is going to make a beeline right towards Boca Grande. 139 miles an hour of that wind-driven force bringing up our tide levels. And you're not going to see it right now for Boca Grande, or at least I should say Charlotte Harbor, but you will later today. Some of the winds being analyzed south of Sanibel, 132 miles an hour, and that is the wind that's going to shoot right up the Caloosahatchee and push our water levels up, which already has been observed from Fort Myers Beach and all the way towards Pine Island, Sanibel, and Captiva. Let's take a look at who is seeing the eye and the eye wall. This is very critical. Right now, Pine Island is getting absolutely slammed. Pine Island, that is the maximum part of the storm where you could very well see, as we speak, 100 mile per hour winds, and it is just passing by Pine Island. Right now, under the gun is going to be Pine Island Center, as well as Boquilla on the northeastern part of the eye wall, Boca Grande, Placida, and now Rotunda and Englewood. The eye wall pivoting around and bringing those hurricane-force winds. Look at the lightning as well. Oftentimes a sign of a very intense, powerful, and intensifying storm. I will tell you that according to the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, they have not changed the strength. Still the pressure at about 937 millibars, max winds of about 155 miles an hour. So how this is going to go, I would say the worst part of the storm for about 6 hours, it's going to be this band. Then we get a break. Then we see another band, and that's going to be the final eye wall. And here's how this all looks on the visible satellite imagery. And you can literally look down into Ian with peaks of the sun, which is right now just off the coastline of Boca Grande and primarily Sanibel and Captiva. See the black right there? Those are areas void of cloud cover where the sun is literally peeking through. And okay, thank you very much, Greg, for the update. I want to try to now bring up some of the wind gusts that have just been updated and just coming in. So here we go. Pelican Bay, 112 miles an hour. For right near the Sanibel Causeway, Ponderosa, 107. Captiva at 100. St. James City at 92. Bonita Springs at 80. Isla Capri 67. And Marco Island at 61 miles an hour. All preliminary numbers. These could certainly go up. And the majority of Charlotte County hasn't even seen the worst part of the storm. And we actually have also on this list, Punta Gorda has reached about 79 miles an hour. So hurricane force winds, even approaching major status, major hurricane force winds. But let's go back to radar to show you who is getting the worst part of the storm. And then for those of you who have not seen it, when you can expect it. Okay, so the worst part, you can see that ring impacting Sanibel towards Pine Island. Now it's pushing into Southwest Cape. It's getting rough right now for Southwest Cape and towards Pine Island Road. This will be rotating around, pushing into Northwest Cape. You will hear rumbles of thunder, that is lightning from the eye wall, and very likely you will also feel your home shaking with that strong wind force. We are likely going to see winds, bare minimum 75 to 100, if not over 100 miles an hour with that devastating part of the eye wall. Okay, and then we also have these other bands of powerful winds that are rotating around from Babcock Ranch, and that's home to our radar, which so far it's hanging tight and it's doing okay. But let's track out when you can expect this eye wall going forward. So I'm going to put a storm cone on it, and from here on out, this eye wall is going to be approaching as it rotates around Ian. More of Cape Coral. Time now is about 1:06, so next couple of minutes for more of Cape Coral. Cypress Lake about 1:45. Millis 2:04. Fort Myers, we're looking at about 2:07. Keep in mind that downtown Fort Myers, Cape Coral, your high tide is within about the 5 to 7 o'clock window, and then Tice at 2:32. That's when the water levels will be going up and the strong winds will be increasing. Guys, I'm going to toss it back to you. That is the very latest on expectations with timing with that eye wall.
Okay, thank you very much, Matt. We want to let you know something that just came in. An immediate curfew for the city of Naples. It says this hurricane Ian causing rainfall, extremely hazardous conditions on our roadways. The city of Naples has issued an emergency responders, but it does apply to everyone else. So the city of Naples, you are currently under a curfew, and we'll let you know if it is lifted, but until this, on this point, it is until further notice from the city of Naples.
And we'll likely see more of them too. It's just I think we have some videos to get to. Yes, Brett Caskey is standing by with some new video coming in.
Well, first, Matt was just talking about the wind in South Cape Coral. Take a look at this. These are some of the boat covers. Watch this in just a second as the wind is just going to pop it off there. It starts to go right there. That's what you're seeing in South Cape right now. He was talking about how it's getting really choppy there, really rough, and so that's what we're seeing. If you have boat cover, things like that, some of them may be gone. It's that significant. Got it.
All right, thank you very much. We have other people putting together some of the videos coming in too, I believe.
I think Rachel and Nicole are working on showing us some other videos that they have found to show you some of the things that are happening around our areas. As you know, our crews aren't everywhere. They are hunkered down in safe places right now. So our viewers who have been able to send us in some videos, they're real eyes and ears for what's actually happening on the ground. Nicole and Rachel, I know you're watching that for us.
Yeah, Matt was just talking about Pine Island. There's someone on the southern tip, very dangerous spot to be. Would not recommend being there, but I want to show you how intense this storm surge is that he is seeing. Just insane waves. He's standing right at the coast there, just being splashed. This man he has taken cover since then. He posted that on Instagram. You can see that water going right up to people's homes. Incredibly strong winds, and this storm surge is, of course, causing homes to be flooded. He took a drive past some of these homes. You can see not up on people's porches yet, but the water here. It's looking at it looks like he might be on a boat here. It doesn't look like it could actually be driven through at all. And Nicole, I know that you're seeing some impacts down in Fort Myers Beach.
Yeah, this right here, if you take a look right here, this is from Fort Myers Beach area. If we can get this video to roll right here, and you can see obviously the flooding happening in this area. I believe near the Edgewater Beach Hotel. If we can go to the next video, let's see if we can pop it up or not. Right here, yeah. Okay, so this right here, also the video is the Edgewater Beach Hotel. So Edgewater Beach, that's near Doctor's Pass, near the Louder Mills area, the Park Beach area right there. You can see the water coming up right here. This video though was taken probably, I would say like 30 minutes ago or so, or a little more over that. So, I mean, you can only imagine what it looks like right now. Do we have any other video as well from a road? Let's see if we have that. No? Okay. All right, so we don't have that video right now, but I mean, you heard from Rachel as well. the storm surge happening in Pine Island as well. It is significant at this hour. It's all over Southwest Florida, but we are constantly looking on social media for updates on what's going on in terms of storm surge. So make sure you send us your pictures and videos, and obviously be safe out there. Do not go outside if the weather is dangerous, and obviously that's happening across Southwest Florida. We're going to continue to work on getting more videos. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Nicole, yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much. Again, do it safely, but you are our eyes and ears out there. We are really starting to see, we've seen other places in Naples, and we've seen a couple of places on Fort Myers Beach, but now we're really starting to get a better idea of South Cape, Pine Island, and some of the intense amount of water that they're seeing already.
Specifically on Pine Island, that was near St. James City. She said it was on the southern tip of Pine Island, and we usually don't see the water churned up like that in the Pine Island Sound, but boy, really, really devastating to that island as well. Relatively thin island, and it'll be interesting to see once we get clearance how far the water went across the island.
Yeah, I mean, in that area too, Pine Island is surrounded by water, obviously on all sides, but you've got all these different narrow waterways. But when the water comes up, to be on both sides of it doesn't really have a chance in the middle of it.
And speaking of spot for the water to come up, the water levels are starting to rise in the Caloosahatchee. They're now 1.5 feet above normal, and so we're starting that trend.
How far are you talking just at the mouth of the Caloosahatchee?
So the sensor downtown.
I heard a power transformer go.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
By the eyeball.
Went zzz.
What's coming up next.
All right, we have Annie Richards back on the phone. We talked to her earlier. She is in the South Cape, in the Cape Harbor area, on the phone for safety, but tell us how you're doing and how you're doing compared to when we talked to you a couple of hours ago.
Well, the wind has definitely picked up more now. I've seen there's some houses that are the fish houses under construction, and the third story on one of them actually was blown off. It's a wood frame on that part. The concrete block's still there, but the third story blew into the canal. Part of the wind picked up part of a car and moved it, the back end of it. And I can't see the lock from where I am now. I think just due to the strong winds and very heavy rain,
right?
It's not even visible. And just for perspective, I'm on the 7th floor of the building, and I'm seeing debris that is thrown up higher than the 7th floor.
Okay, so we saw a video earlier, Annie, from the Chiquita Lock, and there was a lot of surge flooding there, and along the buildings on the marina side there seemed to be water up onto the parking lot areas there. Are you seeing water in your can you see one of the parking lots or those shopping areas? If you're looking at the fish houses there, can you see, is there water sitting on the street there?
There's water in some places. It's more over towards where the lock is.
Okay.
Like the finger piers that I had mentioned earlier are now underwater. You can still see, the pilings sticking up, but the docks themselves are underwater.
And you said that fish house is under construction, the one that lost the roof?
Right. All of the other ones that are, complete livable as of now, yeah. They're fine, but the one that's under construction, that was the one that had the third floor blown off.
Okay, makes sense, because the ones that are complete are relatively new buildings. They're built right up to code, but if you're under construction and the wind can get under those roofs, it can lift right off the foundation.
Which is what we're seeing. Annie, thank you so much. And we'll check back with you. Stay safe. I know you're in a hurricane impact rated building. You have impact windows and all, but stay safe and stay away from the windows, and we'll check back with you. You know, we've seen the Lanai already fly off in South Cape, not too far from where she is. And that is the big issue right now for a lot of these neighborhoods. Before the water comes up, which in a lot of cases it will, but the wind is enough now to start lifting those things where it's easy for the wind to get under and create that push and just tear it right off the house.
If there's any, and this is my personality, I'm an optimist, if there's some slightly good news, oh yeah, trust me, I am searching, I'm digging. There has been some dry air that's been interacting with the eastern part of the eye wall. You notice it almost looks like a C. As we go back to the radar imagery, it looks like a C. It's not completely symmetrical, but you're still going to have hurricane force gusts. But at least for Sanibel, they can get a quick breather, and then after that, they're going to be in the eye. And the winds are going to get much calmer. Same deal with Captiva. The eye is going to be approaching Pine Island, but you're not done. You're only at halftime. Then you get the other fierce part of the eye wall.
Matt, you will be able to see when that eye wall or that eye hits land, and maybe we're seeing landfall, but who officially predicts where that landfall has occurred?
National Hurricane Center. So they essentially take right in the middle of that circle, and where that pushes on shore, as that immediately happens right in the middle of that circle, that's when they note the time, when it happened. And it is just unbelievable, the parallels between Charlie, not only the time of the day, but the sliver of coastline in which it is going to be making landfall at.
That is.
And the traffic.
We're getting a lot of questions because conditions are changing. Downtown here, we can really hear the winds picking up. Folks that are south, Marco Island, Naples, are starting to wonder, is this finally getting past me? Or do we have more to go?
Well, let's again look at this positively. For Marco Island and for Goodland, you guys avoided the worst part of the storm. So that in itself is a victory. And I've also been looking at the tide levels for Naples, and it looks like it's actually plateaued.
Okay.
So that's some progress. It hasn't continued to rise.
Okay.
And the National Weather Service in Miami had noted the same things, but the tides were about 6 feet above normal. So the fact that it has plateaued, that is a nice trend. I'd like to see it start to go down.
Right, and we're looking at Marco Island, just so everybody knows as you're talking.
But we can all three agree that compared to the shot about 60 to 90 minutes ago, that seemed to be the peak.
Yes.
And then that water made its way to Naples. They plateaued, and I'm hoping that Naples will follow suit, just like Marco Island in the shot, and start to gradually go down. So for Marco Island, I would say that you guys are on the back end of the storm. Okay, so we're getting there, but different story north of the Caloosahatchee. You're very much in it.
Okay, so let's talk about, so Marco Island may be on the backside of the surge.
Correct.
But we're still talking about high tides in other places and increasing surge in other places. How's Naples?
That's right. So Naples and the National Weather Service have noted this too, that we're going to try to, I expect that right now we're plateauing it, could come down a little bit, and then could shoot up a little bit. So I think we're around the average of where the levels will be. Okay, so
We want to tell you something right now. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, we're just getting word of calls for water rescues on Fort Myers Beach and on Sanibel. I can't tell you if those, I doubt there's any way they can actually perform them, but we are getting calls, and we saw the water across, so, and, you know, some people stayed.
these, I guess, several times. Especially if you get like tree lines blowing into the lines.
Yeah. Power. Another line. Lights are out on that side, but it's still power on this side. There might have actually been lightning.
Strong wind almost here. Power flash. Distance.
About a half a mile from the bridge, the College Point Bridge, and I heard a big crash, and I stuck my head out the back door, and the roof on the guy's house next door came off, and it's now in my patio.
Oh my goodness.
And the house is shaking, the roof is creaking, but I have all the upgrades, all the updates. This is a Ruttenberg home. It's a CBS, but this is bad. This is really bad.
Can you see, by all the upgrades, I hope that means you have maybe a hurricane? But you haven't seen, so you're right on McGregor Boulevard, it sounds like, so you're not necessarily right at the river, but very close.
I'm about 3 blocks from the river.
Okay.
I haven't seen any flooding yet, but the around all the properties in this subdivision, City Park subdivision, Lee County came along and cleaned them out about 6 months ago. We're getting good water drainage, but now when we get this surge, I don't know what's going to happen.
Right. Mark, it would be great if you would stay on one, so our producers, we would love to check back with you.
Because if they'll start coming down. From that way and that way, I don't want to be trapped getting back to the hill area. So
One of the producers will get a phone number for you so we can call and get in touch again and check back with you, say in an hour or two, and see how you're doing.
Okay, my power has officially.
that bird trying to fly up there. See it?
Oh yeah.
Like I picked the wrong day to
Yeah.
hunker down. Oh, it's, down here, southwest part of town. Moves it on down there.
It all has to do with the direction and the angle.
Okay, so Sanibel is going to be, I should be looking right now. Sanibel is going to be seeing a break, going to see a break soon. Parts of it are seeing, the eye right now. It's like, although not all of the island is in it yet. So now
And I would say it's going to be between, I would say in the general vicinity of North Captiva.
okay,
Plus
just
or minus
based,
about
just
5
based on
miles.
forward motion of the hurricane and how it's okay.
And then for folks who are downtown here in Fort Myers, we're kind of going, as we continue going neighborhood by neighborhood, but to downtown Fort Myers and the areas right around it, expect next, as those bands are going to be kind of right on the
See that band? Yeah, that band needs business. And that's an extension of the eye wall.
Who was that?
We're going to hear the noise pick up, the rainfall intensity, the winds will start to gust here very shortly. I would say within the next couple of minutes. So it's going to get rough. And then for us here in downtown Fort Myers, this will continue until we are in the eye.
Now that area, that open area that we see for a minute when it spins right there, that you were talking about dry air, but now it's a closed circle. Does that mean anything?
Yeah, it could be a case where the atmosphere is saturated back up, kind of battling some of the dry air. And that can happen from time to time.
Okay, we're going to go to Vanderbilt Beach right now, Michael, to get report on conditions there where we know they have seen some devastating surge. Michael, what are you seeing now?
Guys, good evening. We are seeing what could be a worst case scenario quickly approaching. The street's gone. Take a look at the garbage bin going down the street right now. That is the ocean side of Vanderbilt Beach. The other side of this building is the bay side, and those two sides have conjoined. We're going to walk safely down the stairs right now. Now remember, a little while ago I was talking to you guys about this guy who was watching the Wink News, was watching one of our live shots about an hour ago, and noticed that his car was quickly becoming submerged in water. Take a look at the water level right there. This is the only exit of our hotel right now. And if we safely come down just a couple more steps, this is what's going on with the vehicles right now. It is a devastating situation. You've got cars that are going into emergency mode. As you can see, the back windows are rolling down on some of these cars. This car right here is our car. It was parked a little bit more straight. Now the water and the wind is carrying it. You can see
actively the car
Never.
moving. That vehicle
stuck
over
here.
there, I'm going to step down one more, Javier, so you can come down as well. That car over there is an
There it
electric
is.
vehicle.
It's finally
You might see the
changing.
lights on, but do not worry. There, of course, is no one inside of that vehicle. This is a dire situation. Unfortunately, so we are just going to pause down here to show you guys what is going on. You can see the wind really picking up. You've got homes and barricades that are
On the way up
there.
there.
We're going to back up just a little bit here to get a little bit safer ground. That water was already past my boots at that point. We are trying to do this as safely as possible. As you can see, the situations and conditions in this area are deteriorating rapidly. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Michael. Please get to a safe location. Well, we're talking 3 or 4 feet water.
This is snap pretty strong.
And we heard Matt say a few minutes ago that maybe Naples has plateaued, which would be good news for those folks there. Ours are wet, but if it's all wet, that's a fixable problem.
We're not going to recede immediately, so know that.
Thanks. Trying to leave that on for the stream, but then shut it off when we're shooting video.
Again, the Lee County Sheriff's Office, and you can see just how significant that water is, that storm surge, how powerful it is, moving that right into the island and into a tree, guys.
That tells a story right there, because that is not a small vehicle. I mean, it's a vehicle, but it's not a small one.
Unfortunately, and as it moves down and slams into things, it can damage other things. Okay, so Estero Island, Naples, Marco Island, seeing devastating flooding, Sanibel. We assume Captiva, although we haven't been able to see any real pictures up on Captiva yet.
There seems to be a line at about South Cape and Pine Island where we've seen water so far, and now we're waiting for it to come this way where we are up to Caloosahatchee. Everybody here is waiting, and we're going to the city of Fort Myers. This is it. Okay, so
Yeah, I just thought that was a cool shot with all that.
Well, and it will continue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can hear it on TV, but definitely we're hearing.
I was betting that tree back there would probably go down, you think? It's not a palm tree. These palm trees are pretty hard to knock over. They're pretty sturdy. But this one back here is not a palm tree. Little palm falling off over there.
And then just south of Sanibel, and this is going to eventually pivot in towards Sanibel.
Where's the station? Maybe I'll come back up.
accurate your information is going to be. 2 feet above normal and rising in Fort Myers, and literally the slope is like this, so it's going up fast. And then in Naples, it looks like the plateau has now started to climb a little bit again. So Naples right now is checking in, doing some quick math. It's about 6.3 above normal. The water levels are about 6.3 feet above normal in Naples. Their forecast for surge is about 8 to 12 feet. Let's hope we don't reach those levels. But right now we're at about 6 feet above forecast above normal. Let's go to radar. Let's do another tour here of who is seeing the worst part of the storm. And this is going to be the tornado-like winds. So now is the time, if you haven't already done so, please, no driving around, no observing. Treat it like a 6-hour tornado. I know it's a long time, but it right now is moving at 10 miles an hour. This is a longer duration event. There's the beginning of the tornado-like winds, and there's the end. For this duration, no going outside. Treat it like a tornado. You can see wind gusts of 155 miles an hour. Here's going to be the eye, and the eye is approaching its eventual landfall, say, within the next 30 to 90 minutes. But there it is. It continues to blow by. I have been getting some wind gusts. Southwest Wind International was in the 80s, if not approaching 90 when that moved. So this is a history. Heavy rainfall, lightning with this Category 4 storm. Let's analyze some of the wind speeds that are right now pushing on shore with wind glide Doppler 3X. And some of the pretty significant winds have been observed around Boca Grande. There's a 139. Let's do another sample. 125. And then near and south Sanibel, 159 miles an hour reported just above the surface. And then let's do another observation on Sanibel, 136 miles an hour with the eye wall. Let's switch back over to radar. Focus it a little bit more. So that is some of the winds that is right now circulating around the storm. But this is the worst part. And I want to time this out once again for some of my inland friends that are watching me very closely around Desoto County. This is eventually going to be working its way towards you, as well as Babcock Ranch. We have seen those wind gusts move in. I live in Babcock Ranch. I won't have to worry about the surge with an elevation of 30 feet, but the wind, absolutely. Happy to report, however, I was driving through the community yesterday. A lot of the shutters were up. People were taking it seriously. And as we time this out, this is going to be working its way towards Arcadia as we still hit about 3:45 to 4 o'clock. So as far as the visible satellite also is concerned, let's take a look at what this looks like, and when the eye moves in, what you could experience. And granted, it's filling in a little bit, but there is no doubt going to be sun on Captiva. How about that? That is a scene you will maybe not even see again in your lifetime. I hope that we do not, where the eye of a major hurricane, a Category 4, with the sun peeking out. This is going to be passing by Pine Island and Northwest Cape. But first step is going to be Captiva, where you will be in the eye of the storm with the eye coming out and the sun coming out as well. Let's do sampling of some of the general wind speeds. The gusts have been even higher than this. And yeah, even this is probably undersampling it, as we are sustained in the 60s for Sanibel, 50s for Bonita. Keep in mind that if you see some holes in the data, anemometers are really struggling with this one. They either lose connection, they get snapped in half. Sometimes it can be very difficult to get accurate wind readings with a major hurricane. And as far as some of the conditions are concerned, I'd be curious to see some of the water levels around. Yeah, that's another thing that we're going to be losing here is the connectivity of a lot of our cameras. So one more thing I want to do, and then I'll join Chris and Lois, is to just show you essentially the diameter of the strongest wind, because that'll tell you how long we can expect it for. And I'm going to stop this. and measure that this is going to essentially be from east to west. The first round is about 25 miles wide. So that's about a 1 to 2 hour strong wind event. Then you get a break for about an hour or two in the eye, but then you're not done. This one means business. It has been popping up very strong on the radar with winds easily over 130, if not approaching 150 miles an hour. That's offshore. We also have lightning with it. And this one, the width of it is about 20 to 22 miles wide. So just pace yourself. It's going to be a long 6 hours. This is a type of wind that is going to have many of us without power for weeks. We were without power for 2 to 3 weeks from Marco Island to Lehigh Acres during Irma in 2017. I expect something similar to our duration, if not longer. So if you still have power, now is the time to crank down the AC inside of your home, because we want to benefit from that cool air as long as possible. And then we also, I'm going to throw on radar here, we also want to try to charge your phone and every electronic appliance that you have for as long as you can, because we don't know the last where we have power once again. Chris, Lois, back to you.
All right, Matt, thanks very much. We have someone on the phone to talk about that, because we are hearing from all over the place, power's going out, the power's going out. Folks lucky to have a generator or on generator. We have Keith on the phone from Cape Coral right now to talk to us about power outages. First of all, Keith, thanks. Keith, darling, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. How are y'all doing?
Good. We're happy to hear from you. Can you tell us how your area is faring right now?
Oh, it's real exciting. It's almost like being at Disney World. No, right now, probably about 12 months ago, it sounded like a bomb went off and this huge blast of wind came through and we lost power. And we had kept it all this time. And my screens went out on the back porch.
At least an hour or two, not longer. And lightning and the listening set
Yeah.
and it's chained up and locked and everything, and so I had to be able to access it.
Okay.
And
certainly thank you for sharing your experience with us. Hopefully we can figure out what that is.
Power flash, I think. That's what it looked like to me. Looked like a power flash. Must have got knocked out. Power.
Count about 7,750. Now, I also want to show you LCEC's map. They have some really good interactive tools. If you go to this website, if you're able to outagemap.lcec.net, you'll be able to see really specific data about your area. So we're going to start by looking by county. Again, Collier County, percentage of their customers out 37%. You can see the majority of that. You see those red dots there? That's Marco Island, and a little bit up in Immokalee too, and then a little bit north of Golden Gate Estates area. Now up in Lee County, 54% of their customers are out. As you can see, it's really
You must have decided to get out of here last minute, huh?
The very last minute.
Some stuff flying around over there. Yeah. on something.
Probably all them trees.
That was that thing I saw flying earlier and then it stopped down there. And that went.
It's actually lightning. And 2 volt trigger knives.
Yeah. Strong winds are almost here. It's looking like they're getting here and then they're out. Is the bird trying to fly?
Oh, yeah.
It's like a pigeon.
Yeah.
footage like
zoom on in, and to actually Lehigh Acres next, I would say 10 to 15. But could see a quick burst of wind and heavy rain, which is right now visiting Southwest Florida International. They had a wind gust to 82 miles an hour. So that could be a little foreshadowing to what is rotating around and heading to Lehigh Acres. But I'll time it out for you. We'll be heading to Lehigh Acres. The time now is about 2:15. 2:50 the latest, if not sooner, as we start to see those bands of and the wind speeds right now, especially miles an hour just a bit ago. Now we'll go into Lee County, very close to Santa offshore. That and northeast. Heads up in Cape Coral. Just above the ground, we have winds of about 134 miles an hour. That will be rotating around and heading into the western side of Cape Coral. So first up, Southwest Cape, and then eventually
we're spreading across China. 110, they have got a huge swath. Has been running this afternoon at about 198,710. They have got a huge swath from really about Manatee County south across the state to the other side of the state. So they have a really large customer base. So I know that number sounds large, but compared to how many customers they have, it's pretty minuscule. But we know that number is going to grow exponentially over the next 12 hours as this storm comes on. It is just incredible. All right, Laura, as far as you, what are you experiencing up there? We're just squally here. We get occasional gusts of about 40 miles an hour. I'm in Brandon. What are you doing?
It's funny you just asked that. I was just looking out the window as you were talking, and as you were talking, in my head, I thought, okay, things are picking up. I mean, 15 minutes
miles per hour is now moving across areas of West County. So if you are in Punta Gorda, Charlotte, Deep Creek, Lake Susie, and areas of southwest Desoto, and if you're able to watch us in parts of southern and the weather will continue to be very, very bad for at least the next 45 minutes. As the wind continues to move to the northeast, and only 9 miles. It continues to be a slow-moving hurricane, which means that the worst of the eye wall in terms of the damaging winds that are moving across Charlotte County will be with us here for time. Just a moment. Showing you some of the wind velocity pixel queries here. Why don't we see an updated radar scan since and so pull this back out here. And again, based on what we're seeing all over the Gulf of Mexico, 130 miles an hour is moving more to the east, so that part of the storm likely moving toward areas of Sarasota County. If I could ask the producer to repeat that. All right, we have a live look right now at Englewood Beach, and it's a perspective full. Wow, that is a big uptick in the wind as compared to the last time. In the last hour, we touched base with Englewood Beach. I want to point out, though, if you look at the direction that the palm trees are blowing, it appears to be still a very strong offshore wind because Englewood right now is on the leading edge of the eye wall. So for the time being, the air around the hurricane continues to push of Mexico. As the eye continues to move farther on, though, the wind, and we'll see. Wow, look at the rain in that. If you're our viewers who are listening on our simulcast partners on radio on 106.3, you're looking at a live perspective from our partners at the EarthCam network of an Englewood Beach perspective. It is a shot we quite often if you watch NBC2 News. It's oftentimes a beautiful, beautiful section here of Englewood and Charlotte County. And we've had some very, very, very strong winds. We're bouncing the camera quite a bit. Visibility is very, very low. For yourself, if you can't see because the electricity is out.
I think it's sheet metal, actually.
What you would think of when you see a hurricane video with palm trees moving and bending, but it looks
like a real thin.
Those palm trees are hanging.
Could have even been vinyl.
Needs to stand up to winds that are 126 mile per hour plus. So, this is going to lead to pretty devastating storm damage, especially here in the next 45 minutes across the western side of Charlotte County, and that includes the Englewood area as you look live there toward the Gulf of Mexico. If I may, if I could ask the control room, let's come back out here and talk about the impacts for the people who are on land here. The radar is that we're still seeing winds here. Given the raindrops of winds in the atmosphere here that are coming in at...
It's pretty crazy.
Serious wind damage here in areas of western Charlotte as on the edge of the...
I'd rather hear that than that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was lightning.
Whoa.
Look at all the lightning.
Hurricane lightning. Sweet! I'll try to get some now. Yeah, that was right back over here.
Wow.
So crazy to have thunder like that in a hurricane. That's like pretty intense too. There's a lot of lightning in that. That's a bit crooked.
Yeah.
let that tree coming down.
Yeah.
More Latin. Just a lot of ways to go.
Yeah. Quite a ways to go.
back a ways. Just get wood in a minute. There I go. Show that. That was pretty intense.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, no, you're fine. Oh, there it goes again. See if it'll be more intense this time.
Look at that, you can see the rain up in there. Blowing.
That pushed the car back, right?
It looked like it though.
Looked like it was right over the line.
Yeah, me too.
Way over here. They came up or something. I had to wait to do that.
sign.
Car wash right over there. That's what I was looking at.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead. This thing ain't ever changing. I'm giving up on it. There's that transformer, but I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Where that came from.
I don't know. I couldn't tell. What'd you do with that towel?
It's right here. Windshield back a little bit.
I got you.
Generator, did you hear your transformer?
Oh, no. Yeah, I actually thought that was us. I heard it,
Yeah. 6 years. Power flash again.
good possibility.
see how fast they just grab stuff around and stuff like that.
Yeah.
field off the side. Yeah, it's just when the lines are touching, they're doing it multiple places up and down the line. I was trying to see if we get, I guess.
It's just mounted.
They gonna do it again? I've been waiting to see. Starting to light up in the southwest. Yeah, they are here shortly.
Crazy the way the
And we'll have more on the forecast itself. Coming up for you right here on from the BioCell Neuropathy Pain Relief News Desk. This is iHeartRadio's Operation Storm from News Radio WFLA. I'm Steve Summers, News Radio WFLA with a Hurricane Ian update. Ian makes landfall just after 3 Eastern this afternoon in Cayo Costa, a barrier island just north of Captiva and Sanibel Islands and just west of Fort Myers. Ian made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane by 150-mile-an-hour sustained winds. That more southward landfall changes the storm surge outlook for Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay was to have life-threatening storm surge, but now that won't happen. In fact, with the eye of Ian south of here, water is actually being pulled out of Tampa Bay and its tributaries because the storm surge threat Tampa Bay and Ellis County barrier islands are already back open. For Tampa Bay, the threat is flooding rains and strong winds that already have several thousand without power. Tornadoes are also possible. High winds also have the Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed. I'm Steve, News Radio WFLA.
From the Moss Nissan Traffic Center, we are preparing for some major storm surge from Hurricane Ian, including flooding. So stay off the roads for now. We'll keep you posted. This report is sponsored by Blindster. Want to save big on new blinds? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Shop Blindster now and save 35% off any order. Just use the code radio. Offer ends soon. Shop today. Blindster.com. Page Career News Radio WFLA.
The Morgan & Morgan Weather Center, America's largest treatment firm.
As Hurricane Ian continues to move northeast, we will see bands of heavy torrential rain and strong winds, even the threat for tornadoes in some of those bands. And as the system tracks to the northeast, possible hurricane force winds sitting to the north and east. We will still see gusty conditions today. We'll see less rain and drying out the 30th weekend. That's Spinner developers. They stand.
This report is sponsored by the Maj Show podcast. Bitcoin's US dollar valuation might be down. Managing progress and options moving forward. History take. And now we have these revolution. Show anything that we podcast. Every edition podcast.
scary outside. It's severe winds.
Well, you hang on there, William. We really appreciate the update from your location, and thanks so much for listening to us. And please stay safe.
One shot.
All right, thank you.
All right, Aaron, William just mentioned the
tree across the river.
Got screws in it too.
Where is it at?
Right here in front of us, like right out here.
Right in front of the vehicle?
Yeah, just right across the road.
We're back in the road again. I have to go move it again. Might as well get up and come do it. that way we kind of follow it back up here. So if we see something on the way, just tell it. Here's something that's going to get back to the center. I think I got my swimsuit now. Back up and get that eye again. Probably somewhere close to there, northwestern side of it, but the western eye wall was pretty strong about it last year, so.
So we won't have to control them later. Why settle for pest control when you can trust Massey's Pest Prevention? It's guaranteed or your money back. Massey Services. Expect more and get it.
The following is an important message from Florida Power and Light. Safety is always FPL's first priority during a storm, and we urge you to make safety your top priority too. As you prepare for the approaching storm, review your plan for backup power or make arrangements to relocate if someone in your home is dependent on life-sustaining electric-powered medical equipment. Avoid trimming trees before the storm and secure loose branches and other debris. Keep all ladders, scaffolding, and tools at least 10 feet away from power lines. Remember, there may be danger after the storm. If you're planning on using a generator, keep it outside and away from open windows. Never operate it indoors. Stay away from downed power lines, flooded areas, and debris. Use the FPL mobile app to report a fallen wire and call 911 immediately if you feel there is an imminent danger. For a complete list of storm safety tips, go to FPL.com. And to text message updates after the storm, text the word JOIN to MyFPL. That's JOIN to 69375.
All Tampa Bay Buccaneers games are available for free streaming in Tampa Bay. Search 98 Rock Tampa Bay on the iHeartRadio app or tell Alexa, play WXTV. Also available at 98rock.com.
Being careful these days with your budget doesn't mean you have to settle for inferior quality jewelry at a mall store.
If you're used to shopping in malls and never been into an IDC before, I want to personally invite you in.
International Diamond Center owner Keith LeClaire.
We've got something for everybody. It doesn't matter your budget. It doesn't matter if you need financing. We'll make it happen.
As a manufacturing jeweler, IDC is able to cut out the middleman.
Our diamond bracelets, we buy the bracelet, we buy the diamonds, we assemble it. Our diamond bands, we buy the mounting, we buy the diamonds, we assemble them. So you're cutting out all that 40% that's in the middle with these manufacturers.
And that's for superior quality jewelry with free service for life.
When you come into IDC, you're going to get better quality for less, period.
International Diamond Center.
One thing I'm telling you is you will make a big financial mistake if you don't shop IDC.
do? Just hang out in your cab until it's over?
I don't know. Wow.
They find safe places. They're experiencing this. These safe. They're parking garages. Parking garages are gold for television crews trying to cover a storm because you can get out of the wind no matter which direction it's coming to still show what's going on. And she says the roofs of high rises in downtown Sarasota are rattling and looking like they're going to start coming off. And trees are cracking and car alarms are going off. She says it's really unreal. And she's chased several hurricanes in northeastern Florida and down here in Sarasota. And just to echo that sentiment, I really put a lot of credence in that. I think Sarasota will experience hurricane force winds for at least another 2 hours, possibly as many as 4 hours. Inland Sarasota will be the last to experience the hurricane force winds. Coastal Sarasota will start to see them getting relieved, I think, by this evening. And so as we head into closer to sunset, I think coastal Sarasota County will see less of the hurricane force winds and more tropical storm force winds.
All right, Rebecca Berry, News Channel 8 meteorologist, with us with an update. Thanks so much, Rebecca. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And it's interesting, Rebecca was talking about how parking garages are the friends of so many reporters chasing the storms. Well, we just saw an image at a Naples parking garage. Wasn't so great. The storm surge came right in, and you've got a number of cars who prime the parking garage, unfortunately. Yeah, which seems to be a familiar theme, vehicles underwater. We have so much still to come. Storm, take your calls so we can get your eyewitness accounts of what you're experiencing in your neighborhood. A lot as we continue with our nonstop live local coverage. Operation Stormwatch Hurricane Ian continues in a moment.
Save time and money with the vinyl fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need to easily install it yourself with zero down and zero patience. Which one's 803?
I think we'll get better service. That's why I was trying to get back down to this highway. It's on right now. But it keeps going down. But that's kind of expected in the middle of the road, too. this way, huh? It's over on that side though. Go with the wrong one next.